live on the Workers' Rights Network. Citizens of the Republic, yes, some days when we come on this live, many a times, we don't keep up the standard. We open to improve that going forward. But today, citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, several times we come before you on this platform. We made truth in the sea of deception. And many of you does come and refer to our videos after the fact. But what we have seen throughout the past months is the murdering and the extrajudicial killings of several people. And we see a prime minister, a newly elected prime minister, keep on parroting what the US said. And today on this platform, one thing I can promise you is the truth. No gimmickry. Not to the factor that, a lot of them outside there like to feed you bullshit. Without further ado, clip number 1. Today are dealing with this thing real brutal. Clip number 1.
5 decades after surviving the 1975 assassination of her family, former Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has now been sentenced to death. A court in Dhaka has found the leader guilty of crimes against humanity linked to the violent crackdown on protesters during the 2024 July movement.
We have decided to inflict her with only one sentence, that is sentence of death. It is hereby ordered that accused Sheikh Hasina be found guilty on 3 counts under charge 1. Count number 1, incitement. Count number 2, order to kill. Count number 3, inaction to prevent the atrocities and failing to take punitive actions against the perpetrators.
And following the announcement, Bangladesh's interim government issued a statement calling the ruling a historic verdict. The statement urged people across the country to remain calm, avoid unrest, respect the rule of law. Sheikh Hasina, who fled to India after massive unrest led to her ouster, was convicted of ordering attacks on demonstrators, failing to protect civilians and ignoring repeated summons. The tribunal said her absence from the trial suggested guilt. According to the International Crimes Tribunal there, Hasina incited violence, issued orders that led to the killing of protesters and allowed the use of excessive force on student-led demonstrations. The court held her responsible for the deadly response to the anti-quota protests. The unrest that escalated after her controversial comment questioning whether quota benefits should go to, quote-unquote, the grandchildren of Razakars. In fact, Sheikh Hasina has rejected the verdict outright, calling it politically motivated. An Awami League statement quoted her as saying the case was driven by personal pursuit of revenge against a democratically elected government. She says she was denied a fair chance to defend herself, claiming that she never received due legal process. She has also questioned the credibility of the tribunal itself, saying that there is nothing international about the International Crimes Tribunal in the country and that the guilty verdict was, quote unquote, a foregone conclusion. Sheikh Hasina, who is one of the region's most influential political figures, served multiple terms as Prime Minister and played a central role in shaping modern Bangladesh. But her tenure was also marked by accusations of heavy-handed governance, a shrinking democratic space, and intensive crackdowns on opposition forces. Now, her remarks came during the protest there, and the subsequent violent response eventually ignited that movement that led to her removal from office. This was in August 2024. Hasina has been living in self-imposed exile in India since then, after the student protesters forced her and her Awami League political party out of power. Dhaka has formally asked New Delhi to hand over Sheikh Hasina. In fact, the UNIS government sent the request citing the existing extradition agreements between the two countries. Officials in Dhaka said giving shelter to
What do you think is Kamala Prasad's predecessor expectation of the United States military aggression against Venezuela?
Well, this is a brutal act of imperialism. It entails a huge portion of the American Navy, very sophisticated satellite warfare, naval warfare, drones, tomahawks. It's a very sophisticated imperialistic mission. And we've seen this before. We've seen this since 1492. That's when they used to build palisades and fire cannons from them and so on. This is basically the same thing. And so you would have thought that our people, prime ministers, attorneys, she's a prime minister, she's an attorney, she's well read, would have recognized this as an imperialist act posture. Simple. Imperialism, bad. Anti-imperialism, good. That's a lesson for history if you study Indian history, African history, Latin American history, New World history and the whole, Australian history, Vietnam history, Far East history, Middle East, all histories. That's what it tells us. Imperialism is bad. Anti-imperialism is good. So how come we cannot recognize that? How come they haven't seen that? And why are they so easily abiding by the expectations and the mandates of imperialism? So that's the first question you have to ask. What's wrong with the people? Something is radically wrong with them. If they're able to be so either willingly ignorant or duped by imperialism. The regime change war. We've seen it recently in Latin America, we've seen it in the Middle East, we've seen it in Libya, in Syria. So there's no doubt about it. It's basically America doesn't want to trade on equal terms, she wants to grab, she wants to pillage. That's basically European history. That's how they garner much of the wealth. And the military expenditure is being funded by the American people to the benefit of the American superclasses, what they call it 1%. So that's the first thing. I think we have to question America. We know what America's playbook is. We have to question our own people. How could a whole party, a whole confederation of attorneys around the Prime Minister, Attorney General fall for this, or willingly oblige this kind of action? Now the Prime Minister seems to want to escape liability of this, but you cannot escape, in my view. Because she is the first person, even before the election, to call the bureau agent, narcotics terrorist, and narcotics trader. Without any kind of evidence. So she has been basically parroting Washington podium rhetoric. So she's part of the whole, she's part of the organized plan for this action. Can't escape it. She's the one who, when the Americans came here initially with the hand, some military hand, she supported it. She said she supports it. She knew what the equipment was. She had advisors. She had advisors. She supported it. She called the Venezuelan revolution a narco-terrorist revolution. So she was basically obeying the American playbook. When the
I can't get
some people now have been killed through extrajudicial murder and slaughter. She supports that. She said, kill them. Yeah. And now we're seeing where helicopters and airplanes are flying over Sky Nights, all over the place, Blanchishes, Diego Martin, Mayaro. And she's saying, well, we're not going to use our land space or land or Trinidad and Tobago to attack Venezuelan people. But she's already in it. Modern warfare is satellite warfare. The Americans need a place to put satellites because they have a gentleman somewhere or a group of people somewhere in Pentagon. And then there's also triangular kind of warfare. There's somebody in Venezuela, the CIA is giving them information, signal information, and the other warships, and they need to put satellites. So once you put satellites in Trinidad and Tobago, once you establish a signals base in Trinidad and Tobago, once you have aircraft flying to get intelligence in Tobago, once you are loading the effort, once you are, it is not coincidental, it does not happen coincidentally. Is it coincidental that we have American troops at this time, American warships visiting us at this time? It's not. You are already part of it. So the British and MI6 are very smart. They pull out of this. They say we're not giving any intelligence anymore to the Americans because they knew this was extraditional illegal killing. This was murder, and I participated in that. The president of Colombia also pulled out. In fact, he's taking a case for one of the persons Colombia killed in this operation by the Americans to the international courts. The Dutch have pulled out of it. No longer any sharing intelligence with the United States. So it's very difficult for the Prime Minister to pull out herself, to exculpate herself. She's a part of it. She's deeply ingrained in it. She's colored in ink in it. She's stamped in it. And she's no way of escaping it. She is a co-combatant. She's a co-participant. And she's a co-aggressor in this effort. And she cannot escape the consequences. And I can only trust that when this whole thing is over, but we haven't even talked about the gas, I think that she is basically very unpatriotically, and she is very treasonously smashed and scotched, for her government at least, any kind of gas dealings with the Venezuelans. So she cannot escape, and she's died in the wool of co-combatant. And complicit in it, and I only hope that that when this is over, that she is dealt with by the appropriate court, so that appropriate court action is taken against her.
That's good.
Right, so we are back. And to you, Trinidad and Tobago, what court action you feel going to take place? What Kublal Singh talking about? This thing's so simple, but hold that thought right there. Let me bring on the guest one time. I mean, I call him the guest, but he's a man need no introduction. I'm bringing on here with me on this platform the fearless warrior. Good night, fearless. Good night. Well, I know you would have listened to the whole scene just now. What is running through your mind at this point in time, fearless?
Well, I didn't get to hear the actual interview with Kubla Singh. I didn't get to hear it because I was backstage now, so I wasn't hearing nothing at all when I came in the backstage. I was trying to be on YouTube, but then I see, well, you're trying to contact me, so I ended up going backstage. But basically, I could tell you, it has always been what I've been saying from the one, that Kamala Persad-Bissessar must face the International Criminal Court, and she has charges to answer, because at the end of the day, you could say something, you can make a statement without saying a word, and to say to the population, kill them violently, not once, not twice, but on 3 occasions, you have just sent out a command that has been killing 70-something people. And just as what I said last night in terms of the Bangladesh Prime Minister, the President, who is now facing the death penalty.
Mm-hmm.
Mind you, our Prime Minister, and some of our cabinet members who like to lie, and can't tell the truth. That's why they call she's Camilla, not Camilla, no. Camilla, because they feel they can on everybody with their foolishness and not realize that they can face international trouble and also face the death penalty, just as though the person from Bangladesh, as well as any other prime minister that or president that has gone before the um the International Criminal Court, in which Trinidad and Tobago is a signatory to. America is not a signatory to the International Criminal Court, but Trinidad and Tobago is a signatory to the International Criminal Court. And if Kamala forget that and was he believe it don't have enough Indians inside the International Criminal Court, that's what they was projecting for the Caribbean Court of Justice. Then they have a next thing coming.
You know, I mean, why is you talking they fearless and looking through the comments and you know, some of the nonsense, you know. Shaquille, Stefan, brother, yeah, Rowley say who kill, and who dead, but come on now, man, use this thing in context. Kamla Prasad Bisesa would have opened her mouth and would have said, kill them violently when Donald Trump and them bombing up people within the Pacific Ocean. That we would have told you that here last night. So tune in to this program all the time that we are doing it so you could get some education. It has no international waters in the Caribbean. That is bullshit. It's either it was in somebody waters. You understand? And we haven't Sean Sobers trying to do some patch up and trying to tell you, the public, that is conjecture and using languages that it is totally not related. Yeah, son. So you come here on this chat here. This is not a misleading program, and it's plenty. You know. If you want to willingly walk into manipulation, I could send you a list of programs to listen to. People that don't talk the entire truth because they're afraid. They want to get paid, and when people's talking, you understand, they're cutting off live, and they're telling you, hey, make sure and block this man. They're calling them live on air and saying block him because you know why? The truth is difficult for certain people. Fearless, where you to say the truth is difficult?
Well, let me tell you, you see, what they're realizing now is that the leader in more hot water than what she thinks she is. And now that she in more hot water, and they're really seeing where she could face International Criminal Court, they trying all how to, they feel this is politics in Trinidad. They feel it's like, you know, them little, of course, Dr. Rowley, of course, Penelope Beckles, and nothing will come out of this and nothing will come out of that. From the moment you join on an international, you go into the global, and what we call geopolitics. You want to go and sit down with the big boys, but you're a cockroach, you know. But you want to go in the foul party. And then you want to dance with the foul and them and think that you have a foul when you know fully well it is a cockroach. What do you expect to happen? You can't expect that nothing more than you will be the pick. Because at the end of the day, you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. It just did break up a little bit.
You hear me?
Yes, I hear you now.
Oh, yeah. At the end, right. At the end of the day, what some of these supporters and them thinking is that this is a normal run of the mill. You cost this one will cost you back, and well, nothing will come out of this and all them things. But when you're dancing with the big boys in the geopolitics, you have to make up your mind that, hey, once you break in international treaties, once you move away from and isolating yourself away from all the Caribbean nations as well as international nations, then you must face consequences as though you have committed an international crime. And what she has done is partake in taking part in an international crime and killing over. And, you hear me?
Fellas, your internet breaking up on your side here, boy. Come on.
Hello?
Yes, we hear you now. Hello? And you know, whilst we work on getting back Fearless on Fearless join back. Let me see what could take place with you. I don't know. I really in here. You stick it on your side. And whilst we wait until Fearless come back, I would like to play a clip here for you to see, for you to understand what we're talking about. Because many of you just get selective amnesia as to what is taking place outside there within the national landscape. God, it has so much a clip here. It has so much a clip. So much a clip. Mm-hmm.
First Peter chapter 3, verses 8 to 12. Finally, all of you, be like-minded, be sympathetic, love one another, be compassionate and humble. Do not repay evil with evil or insult with insult. On the contrary, repay evil with blessing, because to this you were called, so that you may inherit a blessing. For whoever would love life and see good days must keep their tongue from evil and their lips from deceitful speech. They must turn from evil and do good. They must seek peace and pursue it. For the eyes of the Lord are on the righteous, and his ears are attentive to their prayers. But the face of the Lord is against those who do evil.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, that is our Prime Minister. You know. Run and put the Bible in front of she, quote scriptures, and at the end of the day, just some months after, kill them, bomb them violently. Tens of, I'm not going to say tens of thousands, a number of people have been struck down. Their life have been snuffed out of them with the go-ahead, a matter of fact, of Kamala Prasad Bisesa. That ain't no joke we telling you here. Either. That is the truth. Anybody search up Kamala Prasad Bisesa name now and ask the question for yourself. It's right here in Google. But we getting back, we are fearless here. I mean, fearless, come now, man. Stop jumping out. People want to hear you. People want to hear what you're saying. Let me hear you, fearless.
Who Kamala invited into the country to carry out acts of terror on our next sovereign nation. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So I just going by based on what I work with right now. Technology giving problems these days in Trinidad. And then only 21st here in we might have power outage in certain areas. Then he boys all kind of dramatic and city and paying out those. I don't know. It's all kind of things taking place. But no, but really and truly, let me get back to the fundamental thing here. When problems these days in Trinidad, what Kamala Prasad Bisesa would have done is send out the signal to she ally or she partner who she backing and supporting, which is Donald Trump, who has not been given the approval from Congress. He has not been given the approval from Congress to carry out these unwanted bombings in the Caribbean. And most of the bombings that took place is basically around the Trinidad and Tobago waters, heading up to Tobago. So most of these things would have taken place in our waters and in the Caribbean waters. And what Kamala Prasad Bisesa seems to be shying away from, because she knows that because some of these things would have taken place in our waters, she's now trying to protect herself by saying, well, hey, I don't know anything about this. I never think, but I'm supporting the drug trade. But they're using the drug trade. They're using this narco drug trade behavior to carry out this sinister plot to overthrow a sitting president in Venezuela. And up to even yesterday and even today, Kamala Prasad Bissessa has not even stated, when asked on many occasions, does she recognize the president of Venezuela? And she has boldly, boldly said, basically, no, she does not recognize the president, Nicolas Maduro, of Venezuela. So that alone should tell you that she is
So
she
so
is supporting a regime change.
so what Fearless, when she not, what does that signify? Because people must understand the importance of that. When she cannot outrightly say that she recognized Maduro as the prime minister, as the president, sorry. What does that signal, as a matter of fact? What you get from that? You getting that
Well,
she
if you,
accept the man? What you get?
no, if well, based on that, she's saying that she does not accept him. Because remember when she was in opposition, she said that she was more dealing with talks with the opposition when she was dealing with Guaido. And she was stating basically that she recognized Guaido as the president of Venezuela. Now it turned wrong now that she's now the prime minister. And they asking the same question. She is trying to circumnavigate the whole question by not answering it and clearly stating to the public that she doesn't recognize Maduro as the president of Venezuela. And because she doesn't recognize the president of Venezuela, that is why she is joining with the United States of America, but using the so-called SOFA agreement to allow the United States of America to come to Trinidad, because whatever agreement and whatever deal she would have made with the United States of America to invade the people country to do what is known as a regime change in order for probably she to benefit. It is, well, we will have to say probably for she and the country of Trinidad and Tobago to probably benefit from this so-called dragon gas deal that she once tore up, then said the dragon deal dead, and now when she want to get back in now in bed to get back that same dragon deal, because she realized that the country, without getting this gas deal, it will also cripple the country because we don't have a proven gas reserve for another how many years to come.
Hmm.
So she basically has set the stage for United States of America, who is the biggest bully in the world, because there is a bully,
Mm-hmm.
to go into a sovereign nation, do the regime change in order for, I can't say for we in Trinidad to benefit, but for she and probably the UNC people to probably benefit from whatever arrangement and deal that they make on behalf of so-called Trinidad and Tobago. And I would say so-called Trinidad and Tobago because I never make no arrangement with no Kamala to go and invade nobody country. So nobody can come and harass me and tell me you is part and parcel of that.
You know,
You understand?
you see what you're saying there? Now, Slimy, I know you're listening. You know what way to do for me? A way to get the why America was forcing Guaido on the public and how he signed away the rights. Just now, I'm going to send you the link because this is important that the people of Trinidad and Tobago understand this, and by extension, the Caribbean. Is a serious piece of war take place there. You know. Guaido would have a point, but Slimy organize the thing there. I go down and send you the link just now because I wanted to let the people know because I don't see that they talk about this already. And when I talk about this on this platform, it would have sent shivers down my spine. So what I am going to do now, I'm going to send the links Slimy where join me. Because the people must understand this here tonight. Because when you're taking information from a drunkard, from somebody who always falling down, Anil Roberts, the biggest drunkard in Trinidad and Tobago, when you could take advice from a man that is found all over the place, drunk and falling down, the man has no shame. He doing it in front of his wife and all. She too shame. She instead turning she back on the camera. Big man like you, and then you want to go and try to affect an election and go in on mountain platform. People want to know. Everybody want to know. When you was in room 202, 203, was that cocaine that you was sniffing? People want to know. I want to know. That is what people want to know. That is where you have to come up and talk.
You say something looking like flour.
Before you mount a platform.
You also ask him if he wife, if you ask him if he form, I don't know he form a wife or if he die wife, or you ask him, you must ask the question if one of his wife or one of the people he was with, if she married to a DJ.
You want to talk that? A matter of fact, let me get up it here up here. A matter of fact, let me get up it here up because Anil, we want to know who is this. That is what we want to know. He come in and making him mouth he pronouncement known.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? All over the place and want to go all St. Vincent with your drunk falling down self.
Well, at least Gonzalez know who is his wife, and he know who is his children. And he'll have to ask the question if you know who is his wife, and if you know.
You see the fearless.
No, I see they only want to find out who married and who ain't married, and I want to know who married. So I want to know if he know who is his wife, and then I also want to know from Philip if it is true that the girl who with the hand that missing, if the child which she was carrying, if that is Philip, and I just asked him the question, you know. You remember when I'm missing a hand? So I want to know if that child which she was carrying, if that is Philip. Because
I
that's what in public domain. I don't know. I just asked some questions, you know. Yeah, remember that one.
No. I want to find out that for the longest while. I mean, I see the child had a father. I don't know.
The child have all the hands, right? And the foot?
Yeah, the child have all the hands and foot.
Well, it looking fair?
Well, I don't want to say anything, but I saw something that, I mean, it looked so. I just said.
And it has straight yet? I wonder if we could take a face from Philip and put it on the child and see.
Oh God, what's that? Oh yeah, sweet too bad. Why I say that? Because there have been a matter of fact. Let me see if I see it. You see, people, I want you to know what we're talking about. We would have seen this clip outside there on the internet. You understand? With Philip, a matter of fact. And, people honestly want to know if that is the truth. People want to know if there is the truth, a matter of fact. I ain't seen it, man. I ain't seen it, boy. I ain't seen it.
You ain't seen it?
Nah, I ain't seen it.
Well, we don't get to see it. Don't get to see it, man. Don't get to see it. Don't worry. Because they always talking about small thing. They always talking about thing. You know, one of the things that, let me leave that for another day. Let me leave that for another day because
Where you doing, man?
somebody,
Where you doing, man? Where you doing, man?
no, because somebody who lead in this country, and I'm not saying the Prime Minister, I'm not saying Miss Beckers, because we have different leaders in the House of Representatives. I'm
Mhm.
not saying the two Tobago imps who in the thing, but they are also a part of the opposition also. I am just saying a person who is leading this country. I wonder if the husband still killing babies.
Hmm.
I wonder if the husband still killing the babies. But that's to tell you how they killing them violently. That's to tell you why they could kill people violently. And they must ask the question, did they have did a certain leader have an abortion when they was younger?
Hmm.
And was it for a so-called black man? Let me leave that there. Let me leave that there. Let me leave that there. Not so no, I don't want to throw out too much thing because you sort of go back to the history and the past or when they was in Jamaica and they was taking the sweet wine, but
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know if it was sour wine, but it was sweet wine. You know, you mix it with all kind of different milk and honey and all kind of thing, and they couldn't come off of the wine. But nevertheless, let me leave it there. Let
No,
me leave it there.
no, well, right. So why is it leaving it there fearless? What I am going to do, the clip that we would have found on the internet, we just asked the
Mm,
question. I don't know. I want to know if
mm.
Philip go answer or if Felicia is going to answer. If they go bring a blood paper or a DNA test as to prove, well, this is not so. I mean, there is what we see.
All we want to know is who is the child, who is
Well,
the
right.
parent of this child. We
Well,
know the
right.
mother, but we want to know who is the father.
Well, right. Well, let me play the allegations that we see. But however, we can't prove it. But we want to play the
Mm,
allegations that we see existing within the public domain. And
yeah.
there's always two and three sides to a story. I wonder if this one is the real story. Let me play this clip.
Another junior minister. This is a man that has so little morality that he started a political party, then got one of the members pregnant, then tried to force her to not have the baby. She had to leave the country for peace of mind. But he is no stranger to lies. This is the same man who lost case after case in court for slander and libel. He also refused to pay child support, and as payment she was gifted a position on a state board. Singh is another junior minister. This is a man that has so little morality that he started a political party, then got one of the members pregnant, then tried to force her to not have the baby. She had to leave the country for peace of mind. But he is no stranger to lies. This is the same man who lost case after case in court for slander and libel. He also refused to pay child support, and as payment she was gifted a position on a state board.
Trinidad and Tobago, and by extension the world. What we would have just played there is a clip that we would have seen from on the internet. Plastered all over social media, people calling me all over the place. They want to know if that is true. Seeing that I was a member of the of the PEP, and I could tell you today, Trinidad and Tobago. A matter of fact, you feel I should really say, boy? Now I know nothing about that. I know nothing at all, at all, at all, at all, at all. But if you whistle, I go answer. I don't know nothing about that at all, at all, at all. Yes, I don't know nothing about that at all. Fearless? Fearless me? No, I don't know. I don't know nothing about that.
Say that he child, but you never see the woman for the child. You understand? And he's a bag handler. So if he's a bag handler and he told in a child that he never made, then you want to know if that individual was actually pregnant and they wasn't wearing this thing with this put in front of them now. The so-called pregnant bag with this put inside in front of them to make them look like they're pregnant, but really and truly they don't know if they was pregnant. And
No, well,
now we have seen a little child looking red with a straight hair with blue eyes, and they want to know how that child come about. So we don't know. We don't know.
no, well,
So we don't know if the mother is the mother of the child or the father is the father of the child. We don't know.
no, well, it's a vital question that must be answered. All children have a father. That is the dynamics of the thing. If it have a
Yes.
mother, it have to have a father. It had to have a father. So what taking place there is that is just a mystery child, brother man. That child ain't no father. Fearless. I would have seen this woman all over. I never thought this woman. I never see she with that man. Never. No way.
Oh.
No way. No way. I never see the woman with that man. I tell you, I'm being real with you. I never see this girl with a man. I never hear she talk about she fiance or she going to married or she. I never hear nothing about that. It's as if this
Well-
child just come. You understand? I see she with she belly. She was pregnant. I see the belly. I see the belly.
No, you see something resembling a pregnancy.
Okay.
That's way so. Something looking like they was pregnant.
Mm-hmm. All right. I will go with that. If she wasn't pregnant, then she fooled me. You understand? Because she gave.
No, we don't know. Them Nigerians and just put things in front of them to make them look like they're pregnant, but they're not really pregnant. We don't know. You understand? Next thing you know, it was like a surrogate mother kind of scenario where they make them look like they're pregnant, but really and truly they went quite America, get a child, come back to Trinidad and say, look, my daughter here or my son here. You never know.
What?
I tell you, a bag handler do it too, you know. So he I don't know if he was the woman or the man. And those say a child must have a mother and a father. Because a child can have both fathers or two men or two women in life. Because you see the bag handler, he have a child, but you don't know who is the mother of the child. So I don't know if he is the woman and who the he.
Big bad. Yeah.
Well, but this is Trinidad. Everybody is up.
Everybody does that.
Well, let me get back to the topic. You get the clip? You get the clip by chance?
What clip is that? I play several
The
clips
clip
there.
that- No, the clip where you wanted to get from Slimy.
No, I mean, Slimy would have done a piece of intensive show concerning that whole thing. I was trying to see if I could get him to
Oh,
come on and see if he would have explained that in more in depth, in just playing it from a place of isolation, because I really don't know anything about it. It's only when he would have said it, I would have done a little bit of research, a little bit of research, and from what I would have understand is that when there was a point in time that Venezuela used to run in a particular way, and the oil
Yeah.
companies and them was run out of Venezuela. And because of the sanctions that the American placed on Venezuela, they could not have paid back their debts. Right? Guaido was on a board. I think it was the National Energy Board at that point in time. And he would have
yeah.
signed off some of the assets of Venezuela to America. So I mean, and they would have recognized him as the president for the signing off to be legal. For the signing off to be
Well, I
legal.
know.
Yeah.
No, well, what I understand from the historical from parts of the historical parts of why Venezuela is this state as it is. Now Venezuela has either two or three oil refineries in America. They
Mm-hmm.
have 2 to 3 oil refineries in America, right? They also have oil refineries in Venezuela. They have the proven largest gas and oil reserve in the world. You have to remember too, the people took their gold and they sent their gold away for people to hold it for them. Now your gold is one of your most precious things that will keep your currency floating at a certain level. When they were tricked and told, bring your gold, and they lose all the gold because when they send back the gold and they couldn't get back the gold, that was one of the aspects. Two, what Venezuela did in the past was nationalize all the oil producing all the companies that was operating. They said, look, we want to nationalize our thing and make it Venezuela. So all the oil companies that was operating in Venezuela was belonging to Venezuela. They wasn't belonging to no foreign country. And nothing is wrong in nationalizing your product, just like what we did in Trinidad in certain things. We nationalized certain things so that the people of Trinidad and Tobago could own these things. You understand? So what is going on with America is that America is trying, yes, to get access to some of these proven oil reserves, and they are trying to cause instability in the country because people like Guaido, Guaido and them don't represent the poor class of people.
Mm-hmm.
They represent what is known as them European, what we call European whites. Because in Venezuela, it have black people in it.
Yeah, it
It
are black
have
people.
dark skin. Let me say, right, it have dark skin people. And Maduro is from the poor class of people. Guaido and them is from what you call the people with color, with money. So like how we just say the Trinidad whites, that is that is what we name Guaido represents. So because Maduro has the support base of the majority and not the minority, Guaido believe that he has some claim to fame in stating that he win the election and not Nicolas Maduro. So they will try to concoct the whole story to say but the election was rigged, and they get people to say what they want them to say and put out the whole narrative out there in the public domain. But at the end of the day, even if you try to legitimize something that you did was wrong, if you are not the president, then it can't be legitimized. So therefore, the only person that is legitimized there right now is Nicolas Maduro. And the only person that is legitimized there right now is
Oh gosh, man, fearless. This internet thing, boy. This internet thing. Hmm. I know they're trying all kind of thing to stop this program here, but not tonight. Not-
Is Maduro.
Come, hmm. Not tonight. Oh, you ain't stopping this. The only thing rain that stop is football. Is not football, cricket. And we playing in the rain tonight. Because you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, must know that what is taking place here in this country at this point in time is wrong. People suffer in the can't sell where you feel, telling vendors, don't sell again on the side of the road. Come now, man. Come now, man. a little sticky on your side, boy, Fearless. Who or you feel is stopping the vendors from making money this Christmas? Who or you feel doing that? The little the hustler on the road, them way to see with the clear bag on the back. Who you feel suffering when it is the send up alcohol, the send up cigarette? Who you feel hustling? Who you feel suffering? We have to be real and reasonable outside here and stop listening to bullshit from fake commentators that is littered on all sites all over social media. There are many of them outside here that are hungry and don't know where the next dollar coming from, but yet still you support a party that today, no results, none whatsoever, and you're hushing him out. You washing your mouth because you still feel that you go get something. You still feel that they will throw a bone for you. But let me tell you something, Trinidad and Tobago. Help. When somebody help you, real help. When somebody done help you, you're just feeling empowered. It doesn't feel like a slave and you have to come wrong and beg and plead. That is the help. That is enslavement, the throwing a rope and the hooking you with it at the same time. Fearless, I see you come back on. I wanted to gap it here. I'm a boy Jason. But go ahead, you go ahead. I mean, you have a lot to say. I mean, you was going along with the history just now, there.
Yeah, no, well, you see, every time they talk about these people and them, they try to intercept my live and stuff. So they could get your IP address and try to block you in between and stuff. So I'm going into a different type of zone where they try now, but let me see if they will get you. You're talking about technology versus technology now, eh?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a battle of where I play off here now, but let me see. No, but what I'm saying is that in order to legitimize it, yes, you had to become the president. You had to make somebody the president in order to legitimize wrongdoing that you want them to do. But if somebody is not the recognized president, you can't give them that. You can't give them the that recognition that America wants, and America wants that. And they try to get European Union, the European people involved in it, the European countries in it. They try to get different countries to side with them in America. But now everybody waking up and realizing it's not just about the regime change, to bring stability to Venezuela. People are now waking up to the whole thing that they will be used to topple our government, cause unrest in their country, and still yet they may not even benefit from the resources or the natural resources, and also from the political standpoint that is going to be happening in Venezuela after they done create this so-called regime change. So that's why I see a number of things are happening, and people are now backing up because they're realizing that what America trying to put them in could end up costing them a time in the prison, in the Hague, or possible death. Because most of these countries sign on to the ICC and they could be tried in the International Criminal Court. But do you know that America is not part of the international criminal? They are not a signatory to the International Criminal Court, and therefore cannot be brought before the International Criminal Court. And let me go further to tell you, even though America commits some kind of crime or against humanity, even under the United Nations, do you know that they can't sanction them neither?
What you saying by?
But I'm telling you, when if you go and check it out, America cannot even get a sanction from the United Nations. They could do what they want, and nobody can sanction America. But America have the ability to sanction people because why? They are using the US dollar. You see, anytime you're using that US dollar, they have a grip and a hold over you as any part of the world that you operating and functioning under. Go and do your research. That's why they could ban. Imagine you going to a meeting in the United Nations and America telling you you can't come to the meeting because you had to get a visa to enter America. So they could ban you, block you, sanction you, and you don't have a right to respond. Go and do research, and they're not even a signatory to many of the same things that we and many of the other countries that they asking to be signatories to. They are not even a signatory to that.
So what you saying in a nutshell, Fearless, is that Donald Trump, let me break it down to street man level. Donald Trump put Kamala Prasad Bisesa in a hot seat then.
But she in the hot seat. She in the hot seat because she's stupid. She's the most dotish, arrogant, stupid prime minister that we ever had in Trinidad and Tobago. They used to say a long time that Chambers was duncy. It wasn't that he was dunce, and he wasn't intelligent, he was duncy in terms of what was happening and what was going on. But this woman, she beyond foolish and stupid. She literally taking us down a road of destruction and not realizing that she's been used as a puppet by the Americans in order to carry out their agenda in the Caribbean. So now we in Trinidad had to face the consequences, because let me tell you how this is going to have a lot of ramifications for us and problems for us in the long run. Many of the goods that are selling in Trinidad and Tobago are selling throughout the Caribbean from Trinidad and Tobago. Do you know that plenty of these Caribbean islands that say here what happening? We don't want them, we're not going to buy them goods on the shelf. They could go, they could function in the people's country, They could put the things on the shelf. They ain't going to tell them nothing, but they will not buy it. And when they don't buy it, it will mean that sales is going to drop for many of these companies who are operating in Trinidad and Tobago, who have their company in Trinidad and Tobago, but exporting the goods to these Caribbean islands, and the people not buying. So therefore, you know what's going to happen? A lot of the business is going to drop, and it's going to drop so significant that they will have to remove the products off the shelves from these Caribbean islands, because they don't want to tell, the Caribbean islands don't want to tell them that here what happening. We put in a tariff on your product, or we put in a sanction. We making a statement again without saying a word. We're going to tell the citizens, don't buy your product. And therefore, even when you, the Trinidadian, going across there, everybody will start to watch you as, well, they don't call them Trinidadians already. You understand? So Kamala just confirming what some of us as Trinidadians may be going over there to be doing in these people's country. Trick them into fooling them into all different dotations. Because based on what she is doing, she has now placed Trinidad and Tobago in a kind of quagmire situation where nobody wants to do business with Trinidad and Tobago ever again.
And you're saying a quagmire situation? Come now, man.
Well,
come now, man.
because you see, some of the Caribbean leaders realize that we have level-headed persons still operating in Trinidad, like the opposition leader, Ms. Penelope Beckles, And that is why they reached out to Miss Penelope Beckles, and they could have spoken to Miss Penelope Beckles, even though everybody having conference, but they don't want Kamala there. Kamala can't go any people conference. Imagine they had to actually invite Miss Penelope Beckles to the United Nations to talk on behalf of Trinidad and Tobago about climate change. Because they don't want to part, because they don't want to part of Kamala foolishness. Because they're afraid that when she went up there with she's 6 man girls from team, what she would have stated, and she did exactly what I know she would have stated, continue the foolishness by promoting America with the nonsense.
And
So we in a serious situation whereby Caribbean and Latin America, because Trinidad and Tobago, people don't understand how powerful and strategic Trinidad and Tobago is in the whole Caribbean and Latin America. You know? People don't understand the depths of where we are as a gateway in terms of stability, in terms of climate, because we don't really have hurricanes and those type of things happening here. They will have that more up through the Caribbean. So when you're looking at stability in a nation, you look at all different things, climate change, this, that, the other. Trinidad and Tobago is strategically positioned as like a business hub more than most of these other Caribbean islands, as well as Central America, and even part of Latin America, because at least we have what is known as a peaceful democracy, that you can have a transition of government and you don't have unrest and all these different things taking place, and a whole set of dramas that will normally go about with like these other islands or these other countries in South America and Central America. But what Kamala now is doing, Kamala trying to play Trump number 2. You know, she playing the shit. She is the shit. So she playing Trump number 2. And she now trying to direct now the whole scene to say, well, if they don't want to join me, then they're against me. But not realizing that she's hurting the business sector in this country, as well as the confidence that most of these people were placed in Trinidad and Tobago as a peaceful nation. She has now turned us into a war zone. She only likes to fight war. But then you got to remember history. You got to remember history with the people that she's about. And I would say the people, because you got to remember who is be fighting for land and fighting for things that is not their own. You understand? So she is probably one of them.
I don't know what people you talking about, but anyway, I mean, let me
You
don't play
know damn well
hypocrite
the people
outside
are
here.
talking about.
Let me don't play hypocrite outside here. We all know who does be fighting for land, but Trinidad and Tobago, and by extension the wider public, before elections in Trinidad, the media, you see, let me tell you the particular reason why I come off that UNC train, and I'm not ashamed to say it. When they keep on asking Kamala Prasad Bisesa, where you getting the money from? Where you getting the money? That particularly get me vexed, because when we keep on waiting for an answer up till today, we have not get something that is substantial. It make me feel like if I was in the Men in Black movie, Big Man. You remember the part where Will that went up on the thing and they asked him, where all are you doing here? You understand? He said, boy, a man jump up and say, you need to be the best, the best, the best, the best of the best. And he said, boy, you still ain't know. You still ain't know why you're here. But check it out. Let me bring this to remembrance a little bit. There's a clip here from Will Kamala Prasad Bisesa before election. Just now. Let me. Right. Right, fearless. I hear you.
Unmute my mic. I just want to unmute my mic there because I was taking in the comments on the comments on what people saying, and somebody was saying what you can't call what Kamala dotish and how you call she that and she's a woman. Let me tell you something. So when you sign up for the job, I didn't see you have doing you a woman, they can't say this and they can't say that about you. Because she's saying you can't say that about you, about the woman. You can't say anything about the woman, but you can say anything about Dr. Rowley. You see how them feminists and them they be jumping in the thing and they don't know what they're getting themselves involved in.
Well,
When you come into the arena, prepare for the battle. Kamala come into the arena, she says she back broad so she could take the lick. I don't know what plenty of them depending the woman for. The woman says she could take lick. I don't know what kind of lick she could take, but she taking lick.
boy, it are plenty women outside here that agree with what we say here this evening. And
yeah,
it still has some dotish woman that we have to call out. You understand? Look at this one here. This is Felicia Thomas, one of the most dotish women that it have in Trinidad, and I make no apology for it. You know what it is called? She in Wassa? Fearless. You know what it is called? She's Sasha Stupid.
Sasha Stupid?
Sasha Stupid.
But stupid still better word than that, yes? That'll get a good name for that woman.
Hey, let me play the tape so I can. Let me play that tape so public.
No, but before you play the tape, you know it have this new thing now. Right? You know it have this new thing now. I don't know, but it have this new thing now where people just having, I don't know, they come out with this thing with a licking Bamsi. During sexual during the sexual act, the licking Bamsi. Women licking man Bamsi and all them different things. I don't know if she's one of those people. I don't know if she's a licking Bamsi, but it can't be that you're stupid. You had to be licking a Bamsi. And who Bamsi she might be licking, I don't know. I don't know if it's the leader Bamsi, or who Bamsi, but I don't know.
Oh, yes. Oh. The leader who, boy? The leader who? The leader what?
The leader of Forget Country Study Party.
Oh, right. That leader.
That leader.
Like the code Bible.
But that old Bamsi should be licking there, boy.
If she licking it.
In fact, it might not know Bamsi there, no, it's just flat.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Let me play.
You know it is for she to be looking at a Bamsi and trying to lick the Bamsi, but she only said too hard.
And watch me. Let me show you how stupid this girl that I call Felicia is, that boy. Totish. Take her, she gets sell her dream. She gets sell her dream. And she sell the members her dream, and they believe in the same dream that I see.
Threatened over 500 jobs in HGC. That is how they take care of you. Brothers and sisters, there is sun on the horizon.
Fearless, I know it. She said over 3,000, over 500 jobs threatening the AGC. And the reason why I play that tape there is for you to see how hypocrite this girl is, and the government as well. Watch how much people go home from CPEP, URP, forestry. And just the other day, a couple of people went through AGC And I was told concerning that was a ploy to mask this revelation, this Bosamak thing that Arnold Roberts would have done in the public domain by falsely, now let me not say falsely, by illegally obtaining the paperwork and place it within the public domain concerning Ralph Gonzalez. And citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, we must advocate for the dismissal of Arnold Roberts. That is what we must advocate for. Because we don't know after this point how much papers, if he vex or if somebody come out and talk out against Kamla Prasad Bisesa, we don't know how much papers this man is going to interfere with and put out in the public domain and say he find it in a garbage bin. That is what we up against. That is how nasty this government is. Because you didn't just take an ordinary man papers in it. You take the prime minister of a country papers. Like to show you how bold-faced this man is and how wicked the UNC is. Because at the end of the day, Kamla Prasad Bisesa endorses action like that by coming within the public domain and saying, if they want us to take us to court, let her go ahead. So she implicates herself too in the action of Arnold Roberts by saying if the Prime Minister want to take us to court.
Yeah.
She didn't say Arnold Roberts. She said us. And if that is the case, Trinidad and Tobago, we must reach that point that if legal action, because we know it coming in for Arnold, that revelation would have taken place on the Douglas Doubles and Coffee platform, Douglas Politics. It didn't take place on no government platform. Arnold Roberts must foot the bill of that entire legal argument when it comes.
And I'm glad, and let me tell you what's the most dangerous part about this thing also. Suppose Arnold Roberts, who works in the Ministry of AGC, who works in the Ministry of Housing, decides to get up a morning and make your file disappear, innocent. And you see people come by your door to put you out of your house. Because let me tell you something, people don't know how dangerous this thing is. Because if you don't keep your receipts, they know something, I don't pay it. I know that I put on the receipt now of what everything gone missing, and they sweeping out and they sweep and they sweep out and they clean out the house every year for Christmas. Suppose you might be the unlucky person that he vexed with you, Renison, and decide, you know what? Renison don't have. Let me see if you bring any documents to show that he legitimately get a house from the AGC. And you see people coming and putting up notice on your door and all these different things to embarrass you. To embarrass you, in the public domain, because why? You talking out against Kamla and this government. Suppose now he does that and you can't bring your documentation. Because why? You might have children, they might rip up the document. They might rip up the receipt. You might have the document and don't have the receipt. How you proving that you is actually a legitimate HDC owner?
You see, my fearless people don't understand how serious that is, isn't it?
This man could get up in the morning and say, I don't like this one. I don't like that one. I don't like this one. And he come in after each Tom, Dick, and Harry. He will go after anybody. And if he feel that, okay, I will do it and I'll get away with it once. I get away with it twice. He will do it again. And he will continue to do it again and again. Because why? They tell themselves they have all the lawyers on them. So let's say, they tell themselves they have all the lawyers. And we will go to court. And by tying you up in the court very soon, by tying you up in the court, You are to keep defending what you know is your right. So you know in a court defending your right when you know you're right, you know. But
Mm-hmm.
they know that they commit an illegal act and you have to defend your rights against somebody who actually committed a crime against you.
And
Now you tell me if that can ever be right.
that could never be right. And what you are saying to it, the people in Trinidad and Tobago is so gullible. Hear what they're saying, boy, let Ralph answer this and Annie Roberts is being left to do what he wants in a ministry. So at the end of the day, if according to what you said, just to pong it in a little more. If this man get up in the morning, Trinidad and Tobago and say, hey, Fear, let's have a house from AGC. He done pay off his house long time. He might not have them papers. Let me make it disappear and the send bailiff like we do raw talk. The send bailiff
Mm-hmm.
and put you out of the place and say you take that illegally. So when a man is abusing his office, why is he in government? That is how serious it is. And
Yeah.
I bet you, I'm fearless that a lot of papers in plenty other ministry go missing just now.
Now just go missing. They might come out in the public domain because somebody will say, yeah, put us out there. And they will send it out to the people who are paying the money to so-called bust a mark. They will be paying it out there. That's why you see me, I just always tell people, I have nothing to hide. I have nothing to hide. And that's why I just come out and make it publicly clear. But you see, those who just want to play, I don't want Redison to know that I have a house now. And I don't want Redison to know I had a contract. And I don't want this one. And when they play them kind of games, and they come after you, and they start to jam you. You know what you start to say? But what it's political victimization. Come out and let the people know that hey, this is what you have, this is the situation, regardless of what, and defend yourself. Because at the end of the day, by not talking out for your rights, you are allowing Annie Roberts and many of them in the ministry and in this government to do what they want, say what they want, and get away with it because they tell themselves, we are lawyers, we are the court, and we go tie them up for the next 5, 10 years. So imagine, let me say, you would have called venison to prove that you actually is the owner and you have full rights to this house. So for 5 years you going to court under this UNC oppressive government. And then now in 2030 or 2031, you win a case. The UNC not in office. Who then have to pay that money? Who will pay the money? The PNM.
Mm-hmm.
Because the PNM coming back into office. So when the PNM pay back them, had to pay back that money now. Because of what UNC did. Your whole name, your whole reputation, everything about you going down the drain because why? A delinquent.
And
And I have to call Annie Roberts a delinquent.
no, look him there. He's a drunkard too. Watch him. He's not just a
You
delinquent,
understand?
he's a drunkard. Yes, I say it.
Hmm.
And our
But
evidence to show this man is a drunkard.
you right?
And he trying to put his foot in Ralph Gonzalez's shoes. Boy, yes, boy. Miss me with that nonsense, eh? Go ahead, I'm feeling.
Hold on a bit, eh? Just give
Mm-hmm,
me a minute. Let me come back. Let me come back. Hold on a bit.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
comments are a veiled threat to enter TNT territory, they should reconsider any such intention. The fact is that as a responsible government, we have to take all threats against any incursion into our territory seriously. I will speak to Minister of Defense and Attorney General to seek advice on protections for our Coast Guard, to use deadly force on any unidentified vessel entering TT waters from Venezuela, smuggling military able-bodied men and women. TNT is off limits to them. Following comments from Maduro and Cabellos, we now have to take seriously the threat by that government sending their agents into our country to commit acts that can be adverse to our own welfare. We will also have to take a look at how we go forward with Venezuelan migrants here who are military-aged and able-bodied men and women. We have to take this threat seriously now. They have done this before. They made similar propaganda comments about Guyana and Colombia whenever they had interior political problems or elections, and then they engaged in border skirmishes with violence. We will take these threats very seriously. I want to tell further TNT drug and human traffickers, smugglers, who are masquerading as fishermen. If you enter Venice waters to do your illegal acts and you're caught by Venice authorities, you are on your own. I repeat, you are on your own. No amount of family crying on Ian's programs will cause us to intervene. Mr. Cabello.
That is our Prime Minister Kamala Prasad Bisesa. The biggest fake that it have in this country. Somebody that delivers speeches that gaslight the entire population of Trinidad and Tobago to the point of no return. A person that said to you, that said to me, that we care about you. When we win, everybody win. We understand your plight. That is how sick this person is in. And underneath a year, you just fire 20,000 people just so. Among platforms, oh, we love you. Gone all down, Faizabad, and lie to the people down there. In the guise of, and among platforms there, Clyde Elder, Kiza, and the stinking union, the OWT union, that sell out Trinidad and Tobago. Pipe it out.
Yep.
And saying, we love you. We love you. But yet, yo, nasty and stink this leader is now, boy. Yo, sick Kamala Prasad Bisesa is now, boy. And when you done, you had the audacity to come to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and say, boy, continue to support me and their supporters, boy. Oh God. Hear a speech by Kamala now, boy. Hear a speech now, boy. Was led up on a stage. We understand you. I suffer just like you. But yet still, you condemn all the fishermen and them, and we go play some tape with the fishermen and them just now. I'm fed up. And the people of Trinidad and Tobago, boy, oh, you had to wake up, boy. Oh, you had to smell the coffee. This man is out of hand. Anil Roberts.
And I'll tell you why I can do this. because I'm not the 1%. I am one of you. I am one of you. You've heard me talk about myself. I have come just like you from the working class. And sometimes no working class because you had no job. I understand what it is because I've been there, done that. I've been there with my family, with my parents, like yours who worked really hard. I give you that commitment. If you work like me, if you take my hand and we walk together, I will keep my commitment to the workers out there. I will do it. But one hand doesn't clap. We cannot say we will take you forward when you do not want to go forward and you want to operate to stay backward. What do we always say in the labor movement? Forward ever! Forward ever! Forward ever! Backward never! Never, never! So take my hand together. Let us rebuild this country.
As days turn into weeks since CPEP workers last used their tools following the program's shutdown, the evidence of their absence in communities continue to grow.
It would be resting, CPEP used to clean it.
In Barataria, San Juan, coconut vendor Silal Ramcharan expressed concern about the overgrown grass along the main road.
All the by the pavement, I think you see nobody cleaning up. I had to pay people to clean up in front running sometimes, but when people was doing it, I didn't have to do anything.
He took CNC3 News to a drain at the side of his house, which he admitted needed cleaning before the program stopped, but said the workers used to maintain its surroundings. Lower down the road, Baba Ganesh Emil said government needs to find a solution to keep the environment clean.
Well-known union leader, Mr. Clyde Elder, comes publicly as a minister in a government and says that the workers are collateral damage. Hard luck.
At this point in time, unfortunately, because of what we had, we have become now collateral damage, but we are going to speak about them.
Mr. Clyde Elder comes publicly as a minister in a government and says that the workers are collateral damage. Hard luck.
Former CPEP workers say they remain in limbo following the termination of over 300 contracts.
Landlord coming by the door. Landlord knocking on your door. You can't afford to pay rent. They put in all your stuff at the side of the road. That is embarrassment. They say that will be hard, but when? If they could tell me again 1 month salary, after that 1 month salary, what you'll be telling me again?
I want to know when will we be getting back the CPEP work and how soon and how sure this is for us, because
this blame of parents for the scourge of crime. I could have never thought, not for a moment, that when you elect a government and you pay your taxes, that somehow it would become unreasonable to expect them to secure your life and your property. I would have thought that your security was the primary reason for the need of a government. Here what is also true, that there is a correlation between poverty and crime. Therefore, if the government wants to impact crime, it must treat with working class issues, comrade. It must ensure that working class parents have good paying jobs. Do you agree? It must ensure that working class parents could afford a home in order to provide a shelter for their families. Do you agree, comrade? It must ensure working class parents can put food on the table. Do you agree, comrades? It must ensure that working class parents' salaries are kept in step with inflation so that they can maintain their standard of living. Do you agree, comrades? It must ensure that parents have permanent jobs to enable them to plan and organize their lives. Do you agree, comrades? It must ensure that working class parents could provide a nurturing environment with support structures such as school supervision, after school supervision, babysitters, lessons, to create an enabling environment for their children to benefit from schooling. Do you agree, comrades? In short, comrades, government's policies can impact the ability of parents to adequately take care of their family. Where government fails, family fails. Let me repeat.
Former CPAC workers say they remain in limbo following the termination of over 300 contracts.
And I'll tell you why I can do this. Because I'm not the 1%. I am one of you. I am one of you. I have heard you talk about myself. I have come just like you from the working class. And sometimes no working class because you had no job. I understand what it is. Because I've been there, done that. I've been there with my family, with my parents, like yours who worked really hard. I give you that commitment. If you work like me, if you take my hand and we walk together, I will keep my commitment to the workers out there. I will do it. But one hand doesn't clap. We cannot say we will take you forward when you do not want to go forward and you want to operate to stay backward. What do we always say in the labor movement? Forward ever! Forward ever! Forward ever! Backward never! Never, never! So take my hand together. Let us rebuild this country.
and you say Trinidad and Tobago, you say that this woman understand people, this woman really gone off for. The people of Trinidad and Tobago have been crying out. While you saying bomb them violently in the high seas, body washing up on shores, people suffering within your own country, you saying that you understand people. You come from the ground, you hustle. But you never hear this, hear the cries. Hear the cries now.
Right now, I don't know what's going on. We can't even walk with the war we're going on. Gotta bring long with thing and secure it. We bring no minute to secure it. We can't even walk. You looking for some guy, I don't know the government, some kind of compensation for we fishermen. Because we can't work. Right now, I don't know what's going on. We can't even walk with the war we're going on. Gotta bring long with thing and secure it. We bring no to secure it. We can't even walk. You looking for some guy, I don't know the government, some kind of some sorts of compensation for we fishermen. Because we can't work.
TNT territory is off limits to them. If Mr. Cabello's comments are a veiled threat to enter TNT territory, they should reconsider any such intention. The fact is that as a responsible government, we have to take all threats against any incursion into our territory seriously. I will speak to Minister of Defense and Attorney General to seek advice on protections for our Coast Guard, to use deadly force on any unidentified vessel entering TT waters from Venezuela, smuggling military able-bodied men and women. TNT is off limits to them. Following comments from Maduro and Cabellos, we now have to take seriously the threat by that government sending their agents into our country to commit acts that can be adverse to our own welfare. We will also have to take a look at how we go forward with Venezuelan migrants here who are military-aged and able-bodied men and women. We have to take this threat seriously now. They have done this before. They made similar propaganda comments about Guyana and Colombia whenever they had interior political problems or elections, and then they engage in border skirmishes with violence. We will take these threats very seriously. I want to tell further TNT drug and human traffickers, smugglers, who are masquerading as fishermen. If you enter Venice waters to do your illegal acts and you're caught by Venice authorities, you are on your own. I repeat, you are on your own. No amount of family crying on Ian's programs will cause us to intervene. Mr.
In Caracas, the Venezuelan government is yet to react to the announcement late on Thursday night that the U.S. Department of War is renaming the deployment of aircrafts and warships in the Southern Caribbean as a new Operation Southern Spear. That's the name that the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, gave to this deployment that in theory allegedly is meant to stem drug trafficking coming out of Venezuela. But when we spoke with the Venezuelan president earlier on Thursday, he had a different message to send to Donald Trump.
We're focused on the people, governing with peace, with these young people building. To unite for the peace of the continent. No more endless wars, no more unjust wars, no more Libya, no more Afghanistan. My message is yes, peace. Yes, peace.
Now those words are consistent with previous message that Maduro had given to the press and especially here on Venezuelan television, trying to mediate and trying to reach a negotiation.
I'm speaking to Dr. Wayne Kublat-Singh, and I want to ask him, what do you think is Kamala Persad-Bissess's expectation of the United States military aggression against Venezuela?
Well, this is a brutal act of imperialism. It entails a huge portion of the American Navy, very sophisticated satellite warfare, naval warfare. You have drones, you have tomahawks. It's a very sophisticated imperialistic mission. And we've seen this before. We've seen this since 1492. That's when they used to build palisades and fire cannons from them and so on. This is basically the same thing. And so you would have thought that our people, prime ministers, attorneys, she's a prime minister, she's an attorney, she's well read, would have recognized this as an imperialist act, posture. Simple. Imperialism, bad. Anti-imperialism, good. That's a lesson of our history if you study Indian history, African history, Latin American history, New World history on the whole, Australian history, Vietnam history, Far East history, Middle East, all the histories. That's what it tells us. Imperialism is bad. Anti-imperialism is good. So how come they cannot recognize that? How come they haven't seen that? And why are they so easily abiding by the expectations and the mandates of imperialism? So that's the first question you have to ask. What's wrong with the people? Something is radically wrong with them if they're able to be so either willingly ignorant or duped by imperialism. The regime change war. We've seen it. We've seen it recently in Latin America. We've seen it in the Middle East. We've seen it in Libya, in Syria. So there's no doubt about it. So basically, America doesn't want to trade on equal terms. She wants to grab. She wants to pillage. That is basically European history. That's how they garner much of their wealth. And the military expenditure is being funded by the American people to the benefit of the American superclasses, what they call the 1%. So that's the first thing. I think we have to question, not America. We know what America's playbook is. We have to question our own people. How could a whole party, a whole confederation of attorneys surrounding the Prime Minister, Attorney General, fall for this or willingly oblige this kind of action? Now, the Prime Minister seems to want to escape liability in this, but she cannot escape, in my view, because she is the first person, even before the elections, to call Maduro a narcotics agent, narcotics terrorist, a narcotics trader, without any kind of evidence. She's a senior counsel. So she has been basically parroting Washington podium rhetoric. So she's part of the she's part of the organized plan for this action. She can't escape it. She's the one who, when the Americans came here initially with their hardware and some military hardware, she supported it. She said she supports it. She knew what the equipment was. She has advisors. And she supported it. She called the Venezuelan revolution a narco-terrorist revolution. So she was basically obeying the American playbook. When about 90 or 70 something people now were being killed through extrajudicial murder and slaughter, she supports that. She said, kill them. Yeah. And now we're seeing where helicopters and airplanes are flying over the sky by night, all over the place. Blanchishes, Diego Martin, Mayaro. And she's saying, well, we're not going to use our land space or land or Trinidad and Tobago to attack the Venezuelan people. But she's already in it. Modern warfare is satellite warfare. The Americans need a place to put satellites because they have a gentleman somewhere or a group of people somewhere in the Pentagon. And then there's also, it's a triangular kind of warfare. There's somebody in Venezuela, the CIA, who's giving them information, signal information, on the other warships, and they need to put satellites. So once you put satellites in Trinidad and Tobago, once you establish a signals base in Trinidad and Tobago, once you have aircraft flying to get intelligence in Tobago, once you are loading the effort, and once you are, this is not coincidental, this is not happening coincidentally. Is it coincidental that we have American troops at this time, American warships visiting us at this time? It's not. You're already part of it. So the British and MI6 are very smart. They pull out of this. They say, we're not giving any intelligence anymore to the Americans because they knew this was extraditional illegal killing. This was murder. They're not going to participate in that. The president of Colombia also pulled out. In fact, he's taking a case for one of the persons Colombian killed in this operation by the Americans to the international courts. The Dutch have pulled out of it. No longer any sharing intelligence with the United States. So it's very difficult for the Prime Minister to pull out herself, to exculpate herself. She's a part of it. She's deeply ingrained in it. She's colored in ink in it. She's stamped in it, and she's no way of escaping it. She is a co-combatant. She's a co-participant, and she's a co-aggressor in this effort, and she cannot escape the consequences. And I can only trust that when this whole thing is over, but we haven't even talked about the gas, I think that she has basically very unpatriotically, and she has very treasonously smashed and scotched, for her government at least, any kind of gas dealings with the Venezuelans. So she cannot escape, and she's died in the wool of co-combatant and complicit in it. And I only hope that that when this is over, that she is dealt with by the appropriate court, so that appropriate court action is taken against her.
That's good.
Of her family, former Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has now been sentenced to death. A court in Dhaka has found the leader guilty of crimes against humanity linked to the violent crackdown on protesters during the 2024 July movement.
We have decided to inflict her with only one sentence, that is sentence of death. It is hereby ordered that accused Sheikh Hasina be found guilty on 3 counts under charge 1. Count number 1, incitement. Count number 2, order to kill. Count number 3, inaction to prevent the atrocities and failing to take punitive actions against the perpetrators.
And following the announcement, Bangladesh's interim government issued a statement calling the ruling a historic verdict. The statement urged people across the country to remain calm, avoid unrest, respect the rule of law. Sheikh Hasina, who fled to India after massive unrest led to her ouster, was convicted of ordering attacks on demonstrators, failing to protect civilians and ignoring repeated summons. The tribunal said her absence from the trial suggested guilt. According to the International Crimes Tribunal there, Hasina incited violence, issued orders that led to the killing of protesters and allowed the use of excessive force on student-led demonstrations. The court held her responsible for the deadly response to the anti-quota protests. The unrest that escalated after her controversial comment questioning whether quota benefits should go to, quote-unquote, the grandchildren of Razakars. In fact, Sheikh Hasina has rejected the verdict outright, calling it politically motivated. An Awami League statement quoted her as saying the case was driven by personal pursuit of revenge against a democratically elected government. She says she was denied a fair chance to defend herself, claiming that she never received due legal process. She has also questioned the credibility of the tribunal itself, saying that there is nothing international about the International Crimes Tribunal in the country, and that the guilty verdict was, quote-unquote, a foregone conclusion. Sheikh Hasina, who is one of the region's most influential political figures, served multiple terms as Prime Minister and played a central role in shaping modern Bangladesh, but her tenure was also marked by accusations of heavy-handed governance, a shrinking democratic space, and intensive crackdowns on opposition forces. Now, her remarks came during the protest there, and the subsequent violent response eventually ignited that movement that led to her removal from office. This was in August 2024. Hasina has been living in self-imposed exile in India since then, after the student protesters forced her and her Awami League political party out of power. Dhaka has formally asked New Delhi to hand over Sheikh Hasina. In fact, the UNIS government sent the request citing the existing extradition agreements between the two countries. Officials in Dhaka said giving shelter to convicted leaders would be seen as an unfriendly act and a violation of treaty obligations. The verdict against her is now being seen as a potential political opening for Jamaat-e-Islami, a group that was heavily targeted under Sheikh Hasina's rule. And with the former Prime Minister out of the picture and the Awami League weakened, Jamaat-e-Islami appears to be repositioning itself in Bangladesh's politics.
Hey, you guys, welcome to the Workers' Right Morning Show. We're broadcasting live on the Workers' Right 868 YouTube platform, Workers Right 868 on Facebook, the workersright868.com website. We're also broadcasting on The Slimy Show at The Slimy Show on YouTube. We're also broadcasting on Twitch and X. Do like and subscribe, do like and share, tell a friend who then tells a friend who then tells another friend. Up next, I wanna feature a new segment called Marsha Speaks. So Marsha Walker has an alert that she needs to send out to the country, and you're going to be hearing it here first time on The Slimy Show. This has not been reported in mainstream media as of yet.
Saying that the former Minister of Finance alleges. Guys, we need to know when it's an allegation and when there is proper documentation available to the public. I mean, you are a media house, so I'm assuming that as a reporter, there is something that you are going to do to verify the news that you're putting out. To say that the former Minister of Finance is alleging that this government has withdrawn $1 billion in the short time that they are in office, I call that being part of the crew of misinformation. Now, I know it is alleged that you guys pander to the UNC sycophants. That's an allegation, because I have no real proof other than the crazy things that y'all carry about in your reporting, quote unquote reporting, I have to put it. In 5 months, you can go to the 2025 September Central Bank Economic Data Pack, and you will see where they say it. They talk about the figure going from 5 billion to 4 billion. It's there for the nation to see. That equals $600 billion that was withdrawn in 3 months. This is not Marsha saying it. This is not PNM saying it. This is the central bank putting out a report showing that there was a sharp decline, that there is a withdrawal of $600 million in 3 months. And then you can go to the draft estimates that's produced by the UNC government, again, another public document, and you can see that there has been a withdrawal from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund of $400 million. 600 plus 400 equal $1 billion. In the short time that UNC has been in office, they have withdrawn $1 billion. Now, if this media house were doing their job, this is where you can speak about an allegation, because the former Minister of Finance said that he would have contacted 2 major banks, and those 2 major banks said that they have not enjoyed an increase in foreign exchange availability. So that is where I'm calling on the media to pick up the phone and do your investigation, because if the banks have not had foreign exchange, extra foreign exchange made available to them, then this government needs to explain to us what, why, where has $1 billion gone. I certainly not feeling any, no crisis averted with foreign exchange. I'm sure nobody in writing saying, hey, look, the government gave us $1 billion, so credit increase, credit card limit increase. Nobody is celebrating anything that is making us feel that this $1 billion withdrawal somehow had to do with the foreign exchange crisis and was somehow going to ease the stress that citizens are facing. But once again, questions are asked because this is not the first time this question was raised. This is not the first time the question was raised. And it seems as though if they just ignore us and we'll forget about it, Trinidad and Tobago, and to these reporters that say allege, as I said, there is a document, there are documents that you can go and check. Go to the Central Bank, Trinidad and Tobago, go to their economic data pack, the September data economic data pack. Go to the draft estimates. The information is there. These aren't wild allegations. These are the black and white information that is there for public consumption. And then ask yourselves, $1 billion withdrawn in 5 months. Guys, if they cannot account for $1 billion in 5 months, what are we going to be left with after 5 years? We have to understand the seriousness of this. I noticed
so I'm a testing. Wrong mic. So breaking here on the Workers' Rights platform, not yet reported in mainstream media, money is missing from the central bank, totaling up to $1 billion. Where the money gone?
This media house saying that the former Minister of Finance alleges. Guys, we need to know when it's an allegation and when there is proper documentation available to the public. I mean, you are a media house, so I'm assuming that as a reporter, there is something that you are going to do to verify the news that you're putting out. To say that the former Minister of Finance is alleging that this government has withdrawn $1 billion in the short time that they are in office, I call that being part of the crew of misinformation. Now, I know it is alleged that you guys pander to the UNC sycophants. That's an allegation, because I have no real proof other than the crazy things that y'all carry about in your reporting, quote unquote reporting, I have to put it. In 5 months, you can go to the 2025 September Central Bank Economic Data Pack, and you will see where they say it. They talk about the figure going from 5 billion to 4 billion. It's there for the nation to see. That equals $600 billion that was withdrawn in 3 months. This is not Marsha saying it. This is not PNM saying it. This is the central bank putting out a report showing that there was a sharp decline, that there is a withdrawal of $600 million in 3 months. And then you can go to the draft estimates that's produced by the UNC government, again, another public document, and you can see that there has been a withdrawal from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund of $400 million. 600 plus 400 equal $1 billion. In the short time that UNC has been in office, they have withdrawn $1 billion. Now, if this media house were doing their job, this is where you can speak about an allegation, because the former Minister of Finance said that he would have contacted 2 major banks And those two major banks said that they have not enjoyed an increase in foreign exchange availability. So that is where I'm calling on the media to pick up the phone and do your investigation. Because if the banks have not had foreign exchange, extra foreign exchange made available to them, then this government needs to explain to us what, why, where has $1 billion US gone. I certainly not feeling any, no crisis averted with foreign exchange. I'm sure nobody in writing saying, hey, look, the government gave us $1 billion US, so credit increase, credit card limit increase. Nobody is celebrating anything that is making us feel that this $1 billion US withdrawal somehow had to do with the foreign exchange crisis and was somehow going to ease the stress that citizens are facing. But once again, questions are asked because this is not the first time this question was raised. This is not the first time the question was raised.
Breaking news. Breaking news.
If they
Breaking
just
news.
ignore us and we'll forget about it. Trinidad and Tobago, and to these reporters that say allege, as I said, there is a document, there are documents that you can go and check. Go to the Central Bank, Trinidad and Tobago, go to their economic data pack, the September data economic data pack. Go to the draft estimates. The information is there. These aren't wild allegations. These are the black and white information that is there for public consumption. And then ask yourselves, $1 billion US withdrawn in 5 months. Guys, if they cannot account for $1 billion US in 5 months, what are we going to be left with after 5 years? We have to understand the seriousness of this.
Morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Morning, Trinidad and Tobago.
And
Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Welcome to the Slimy Show Morning Edition. This is our first edition. This is the first time we're actually trying to kick off something like this. So please, we're going to be streaming until 10 a.m. So we have 3 more hours left. So what are we going to be doing is I'm going to be live on the mic in the background, and we're going to be playing breaking news. So you just heard right now breaking news that more money is missing from your treasury, but everything is going along as nothing's happening. All right. Anyway, so let me set up the next slide for you. I'm gonna replay the stuff with Juan Guaido, how he ended up stealing money from the Venezuelan government. That this was actually a continuation of the first stream. So give me 1 second. It came up to me, and after I saw it, I decided to do a presentation on it for you. Here we go. It's in Spanish.
Revés judicial para Juan Guaidó, tribunales de niegan la venta de la refinería Citgo, dictaminando que la directiva designada por Guaidó no tiene la legitimidad para representar a la empresa. Un nuevo golpe que pone en tela de juicio el control de activos venezolanos en el exterior.
Okay, so basically what's happening
Revés judicial
is this post is saying Juan Guaido has legitimacy for the sale of Citgo, and there are some court proceedings that are happening right now where the United States is actually trying to steal Citgo from Venezuela. Citgo valued at $11 billion. $11 billion. The United States is trying to steal from the company. So I did some research into what is happening at Citgo, and I want to report to you on this. So I went over to Grok and asked why was Citgo sold. So here's where it stands. Citgo Petroleum Corp, Venezuela crown jewel, valued at 11 to 13 billion, with 800,000 BPD refining capacity, has not yet been sold, but it's actually in the process. It's the subject of a multi-year U.S. court-ordered auction of its parent company, PDV Holding in PDVSA, I guess, to pay creditors. The process is in limbo due to ongoing disputes with no final buyer approved. Below I'll break down why this is happening, the root causes, and how the legal mechanism based on the 8-year saga. Why Venezuela defaults, expropriations, and U.S. geopolitics. The auction stems from Venezuela's economic collapse under President Hugo Chavez and Nicolas Maduro, exacerbated by U.S. sanctions and the recognition of opposition leader Juan Guaido. This is what the AI is actually still freaking reporting. You have to notice when the artificial intelligence is actually programmed by imperialists, so the results it will give you would be more on a side towards them. All right. So here we go with debt defaults and expropriation. So because of U.S. sanctions, Venezuela defaulted on $150 billion in foreign debt. So creditors, people who loaned Venezuela money, actually started making claims against Venezuela. Their total claims from 18 creditors total to $21.3 billion from 18 creditors, which was far exceeding Citgo's value. Right? So after sanctions, after the United States put sanctions on Venezuela, now Venezuela cannot pay its debts because of that said sanction. Right? Look at the robbery here that's taking place. So now Venezuela can't pay its bills. Venezuela defaults on its debts, and now it has to go to court. And in the court proceedings, this is where Mr. Juan Guaido comes in. Mr. Juan Guaido, and look at the fucking robbery. Look at this robbery that is taking place. Juan Guaido signed. They remember they made him the fake president of Venezuela for a little while. The president that your leader supported, Kamala. It seems like whenever you mention Kamala and Venezuela, she's always on the side of overthrowing Maduro, isn't it? Oh my God. So back to the main thing. So Juan Guaido came onto the scene, and acting on behalf of the people of Venezuela, because he's a so-called president, he signed away Citgo. He basically sold the Citgo to cover these outstanding debts that the Venezuelan government now owes to these creditors. Look at the robbery that is taking place. So the United States did some highway robbery on Venezuela. And so this is another thing that happened here also. Post 2017, sanctions froze Venezuelan assets. That's another lump sum of money that the United States stole from Venezuela, because Venezuela had some tons of gold stored over in the United States. The United States just took that. In 2019, the Trump administration recognized Guaido as interim president, granting his appointees control of Citgo's board. You hear that? So now that this is another thing I want to point out to you, how critical boards are to corporations, right? When you appoint board members in your favor, the board members do what you want them to do, right? So when you see this UNC government going around appointing board members to critical agencies in Trinidad and Tobago, you should have some serious questions, especially when these people being appointed to these boards are seriously unqualified. So I'm digressing again. So let's go back to this. U.S. sanctions on politics. Post 2017, sanctions froze Venezuelan assets. In 2019, the Trump administration recognized Guaido as interim president, granting his appointees control of Citgo's board. This blocked Maduro's government from defending its assets, treating PDVSA as liable for the republic's debts. Critics, including Venezuela, call it theft. But United States courts view it as enforcing valid claims. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about this? The United States froze Venezuela's ability to pay bills. Then, because Venezuela couldn't pay bills, it took its assets that it had in the United States to pay those said bills. Highway robbery. And this is what the United States did to Venezuela. And another thing Venezuela did, no repayment path. Sanctions prevented cash payments, so creditors targeted Citgo, right, because that's an asset in the United States, as the most liquid asset. Venezuela calls it judicial plunder, but the United States prioritizes creditor rights and anti-Maduro pressure. So this is something when Chavez came into the presidency. Remember, I reported this to you guys. Chavez just took his stuff away from these guys, like the oil refineries, the gold refineries. Like they had a gold mine. Venezuela just went in there and took it, and didn't pay, like what Trinidad did with our oil refinery. We actually had to pay like suckers to get our refinery back. Venezuela went in there and took their stuff. So their gold mines was taken from Crystal X. They nationalized it, and ConocoPhillips. So all of the oil rigs that and oil infrastructure that ConocoPhillips had built up in Venezuela, Venezuela just took that shit and said, hey, this shit is mine. So these guys went to court and sued. Glass factory nationalization. Wow, this is so cool. So the Chavez went in there, took their stuff back, and they were sued and sanctioned by the United States. So this story, Guaido has no legitimacy for the sale of Citgo. As I came across this tonight, I decided that I should give you guys like a presentation on on the actual truth of some of the stuff that actually happened within Venezuela and what the United States did to Venezuela to cripple the country and their people. All right. Look at this traitorous. Oh, I should have been. Actually, as I was talking, I should have had this bastard up. This, ladies and gentlemen, according to Kamala Prasad Besessa, is the rightful president of Venezuela. Mr. Juan Guaido, president of Venezuela. He is now a professor at a Miami university. He still walks around in public, but for some reason he's now no longer the president. After he sold away Venezuela assets and got paid a handsome fee, this man is now running free. Mr. Juan Guaido. So when you hear social media people coming and talking good about this man, you look at this man as a thief, as a bandido, a criminal, and anyone that supports this man is a criminal, or senile, or stupid. I don't know. This next up is the president of Venezuela being greeted by his people as he went out to have a dinner in Juan Guaido, ladies and gentlemen. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is the president of Venezuela that your leader, Kamala Prasad Besessa, supported. Anybody in the chat, to anybody in the chat, I don't speak Spanish. Anybody knows what Mama Guebo means? What does Mama Guebo means? Anybody in the chat listening and listen to the chat, what is this guy shouting? He keeps saying Mama Guebo, Mama Guebo, Mama Guebo. What is that? Is that a song? I don't know. Hablo español. No comprendo. What are you saying? Miss Arima, this is what I need. I need your Spanish speaking ability. I don't know if you're in the chat or not, but I want you to put this on your to-do list, Trinidad and Tobago. I want you to Google for me, what does Mama Guebo mean? And why are the people of Venezuela saying Mama Guebo to their president? Who is screaming like that? Mama Guebo! Mama Guebo! The president of Venezuela. So you Trinis out there, right? This man went and sold off the assets of Venezuela to the United States for pennies on the frickin' dollar. So now, wake up, Trinidad and Tobago. Pay attention to all of these new board members that are being assigned to positions throughout Trinidad and Tobago. And now that you know what board members can do, I want you to question, why is this UNC government changing board members that are subservient to them instead of actually being qualified for the positions? Like, let's say, I don't know, let's say you want to appoint a board member for someone in the in TTT. That board member should have qualifications, right? Like, I don't know, maybe they built a studio, they have a media personality, they contributed in some way, form or fashion to the media industry of Trinidad. That's why you would want someone that experienced in that position, right? But what is happening in Trinidad? So you see what happened with Venezuela. When someone against the people, this is a good slide to show you. So you see what happened in Venezuela. When you have someone who goes against the people, the power they can actually do when they have control of their boards. You learning yet, Trinidad and Tobago? Here's a post that I want to highlight off of X. Mama Guimo does not mean mother cunt. No, it means suck my dick. Anyway, Nicolas Maduro is the representative of the people of America. Listen to this. This is a post on X that I wanted to highlight for you guys. Nicolas Maduro is the representative of the peoples of America, a man of peace who is liberating the peoples of the continent. Venezuela is strengthening more and more every day. That is true, and everyone knows this. This is true. Here there is no turning back. Long live the love for the homeland, diplomacy, peace, and dignity. Viva Venezuela! Viva Maduro! Viva Venezuela! Viva Maduro! Anyone who comes to you that is against Nicolas Maduro, you look at them as a traitor. Speaking of traitors to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, that is my most... Alright, I'm being told to stop yelling. I have alcohol in my system, I have Henny in my system, I want to fight. You want to fight me, baby? Alright, I'm being told to stop yelling. It's 3 o'clock in the morning and she's trying to go to sleep. So I need to hush my mouth. Now I forgot what I was saying. I think my she's let me think of something snappy to say. She's media host blocking.
that the former Minister of Finance alleges. Guys, we need to know when it's an allegation and when there is proper documentation available to the public. I mean, you are a media house, so I'm assuming that as a reporter, there is something that you are going to do to verify the news that you're putting out. To say that the former Minister of Finance is alleging that this government has withdrawn $1 billion in the short time that they are in office, I call that being part of the crew of misinformation. Now, I know it is alleged that you guys pander to the UNC sycophants. That's an allegation, because I have no real proof other than the crazy things that y'all carry about in your reporting, quote unquote reporting, I have to put it. In 5 months, you can go to the 2025 September Central Bank Economic Data Pack, and you will see where they say it. They talk about the figure going from 5 billion to 4 billion. It's there for the nation to see. That equals $600 billion that was withdrawn in 3 months. This is not Marsha saying it. This is not PNM saying it. This is the central bank putting out a report showing that there was a sharp decline, that there is a withdrawal of $600 million in 3 months. And then you can go to the draft estimates that's produced by the UNC government, again, another public document, and you can see that there has been a withdrawal from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund of $400 million. 600 plus 400 equal $1 billion. In the short time that UNC has been in office, they have withdrawn $1 billion. Now, if this media house were doing their job, this is where you can speak about an allegation, because the former Minister of Finance said that he would have contacted 2 major banks, and those 2 major banks said that they have not enjoyed an increase in foreign exchange availability. So that is where I'm calling on the media to pick up the phone and do your investigation. Because if the banks have not had foreign exchange, extra foreign exchange made available to them, then this government needs to explain to us what, why, where has $1 billion gone. I certainly not feeling any, no crisis averted with foreign exchange. I'm sure nobody in writing saying, hey, look, the government give us $1 billion, so credit increase, credit card limit increase. Nobody is celebrating anything that is making us feel that this $1 billion withdrawal somehow had to do with the foreign exchange crisis and was somehow going to ease the stress that citizens are facing. But once again, questions are asked, because this is not the first time this question was raised. This is not the first time the question was raised. And it seems as though if they just ignore us and we'll forget about it. Trinidad and Tobago, and to these reporters that say allege, as I said, there is a document, there are documents that you can go and check. Go to the Central Bank, Trinidad and Tobago, go to their economic data pack, the September economic data pack. Go to the draft estimates. The information is there. These aren't wild allegations. These are the black and white information that is there for public consumption. And then ask yourselves, 1 billion US dollars withdrawn in 5 months. Guys, if they cannot account for 1 billion US dollars in 5 months, what are we going to be left with after 5 years? We have to understand the seriousness of this.
So I hope you guys are understanding. Are you understanding? People, are you understanding? Are you understanding? If you listen to that video I just played just now, hold on, let me don't understand. Alright, so I'm gonna report news to you live on the fly. So disinformation specialists, I want to point one out to you right now on the fly, live, right here. Listen to this shit and get pissed off. Listen to this and get pissed off, alright? Hang on. And as I was playing the video with Marsha Walker, something came on that had me like, ah! 1 second. You're gonna love this. Hold on, let me switch panels.
Call them, name them, and shame them. You not understand anything. Back to. Go ahead, make it short and sweet.
Listen to this.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Now, why I did that, I use it, I said, on a backdrop, regardless to what would have been his way, that could have not happened under him like how it is happening. And I'm glad you would have gone there. For instance, what we have to do now is call them, name them, and shame them. Marsha Walker is aiding and abetting a lot of people on TikTok and Facebook. Let me call them out. Andy, I'm going to call them out now, you know. Marsha Walker, warrior princess.
You're listening to the shit.
We have to call them out. We have to
After
name
you
them.
just listened to the video with Marsha Walker, now you listen to this. The disinformation specialists are out there.
An illustration. I just use an example that how I believe, if you understand what I'm saying, Andy and Lennox, that I believe it should happen immediately. You shouldn't wait. Even though he might have rather and prefer, but you would have seen where a commissioner would have gone and sent his men to these people. And I am saying all I am asking for this morning is the commissioner of police and the TTPS via the cyber unit to arrest these people. Let me call out this person because I am really taken back by Marsha Walker. Marsha Walker, of all people, is reporting, and if she's listening, yes, Tabakit is calling you out. Marsha Walker, you is chief cook and bottle washer. You is aiding and abetting technically some of these people who is calling to assassinate the Prime Minister. And warrior princess, you are no badger in this country. People afraid to call you out. Well, Tabakit is calling you out this morning. You is the first person, warrior princess. I am calling on the commissioner to arrest you immediately. And Lennox and Andy, in regards to why I call Gary, is to show you that he would have still make an arrest to people who would have been saying to assassinate a prime minister. And that is why I mention him, not to give him any airplay, but to show you the commissioner must operate the same way. These people, you have the cyber unit, you have people who is monitoring social media. As long as they say to assassinate the prime minister, find them the same day and charge them. Tabakit out and off.
Thank you very much. Oh boy, oh boy.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are the traitors that I am alerting you, that I have been alerting you about since I started doing this. Are you waking up yet? Are you waking up yet? Are you waking up yet? All right, next slide. Let me get ready for the next show. Hold on 1 second. Let me set this up. Doing this live on the fly, one-man show. I hope you're enjoying it. If you're enjoying this, hit a... came up to me, and after I saw it, I decided to do a presentation on it. It's in Spanish.
Breve judicial para Juan Guaidó, tribunales de niegan la venta de la refinería Citgo, dictaminando que la directiva designada por Guaidó no tiene la legitimidad para representar a la empresa. Un nuevo golpe que pone en tela de juicio el control de activos venezolanos en el exterior.
Okay. So basically what's happening is this quote is saying Juan Guaido has legit. So I want to transition back to St. Vincent. I have allergies, please forgive me. I'm not looking at the chat, forgive me. Let me not much, that's alright. Okay. Nicolas Maduro in fighting mode. Oh, slide. So I want to transition back to St. Vincent. I have allergies, please forgive me. Alright, let's play this. What I love this guy. I'm not looking at the chat, forgive me. Let me just open up this chat, see what's going on here. Alright, not much, that's alright. So now we're gonna transition into the St. Vincent side of our story. Nicolas Maduro. So St. Vincent's, you know, if you're in the stream. What a lovable guy. All right. So now we're going to transition into the St. Vincent side of our story. So St. Vincent's, you know, if you're in the stream, I'd like you to like and share. If you're enjoying the content, like and share. This message is now to the Vinci people. If you're Trini, you can turn off and go do something else for a few minutes. But I wanna have a face-to-face meeting with my Vincentian people. We need to have a talk. We need to have a conversation, right? But before I do that, let me go refill my drink. I'll be right back. Welcome to the Workers' Right 868 Morning Show. Like and subscribe, Shady Live, Shady Live.
I did plan to parang in Caracas this year, but your cuss and your fuss and your people declare Persona non grata. Why you call me that name? Persona non grata. Lord, you make me feel shame. Persona non grata. Why you call me that name? Persona non grata. Lord, you make me feel shame. Persona non grata, me you tell vamose. So I eat parata and drink my Grey Goose. I did plan to parang in Caracas this year, but your cuss and your fuss and your people declare persona non grata. Why you call me that name? Persona non grata. Lord, you make me feel shame. Was to be a fun thing with my parang band. Baron 2 was coming for Spanish woman, promising he go sing Maria Maria. Now los aquí across the Gulf of Paria. Persona non grata. Why you call me that name? Persona non grata. Lord, you make me feel shame. Had my cuatro tuned up, new maracas too, ready to cantar and bailar with you. They send a ver nota, a diplomatic note, keep you late, no airplane. They say
Election time in St. Vincent is here. What's going on here? This look like more than an election thing going on here.
There we go.
What you wanna see?
Did
No. 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 There we go. All right. I need you guys to listen up. Listen up, listen up. Listen up. Let's get serious. Let's get serious. Let's get serious, guys. You listening? You listening to me? Let's get serious. St. Vincent. You know what? Like and share the stream. If you know someone from St. Vincent, tag them on this. Share this to one of your Vinci friends, because I have a message for the people of St. Vincent specifically. You know, because evil is coming to your land, St. Vincent, and I want to spread some sunshine, some sunlight, some education on what you are about to face within the next 2 weeks. You guys have elections on the 27th. Well, you're about to be bombarded by psychological operations, and demons are coming to your soil. I must admit, right? I know nothing about Vincentian politics. I don't know anything about your politics. I'm not here to tell you who to vote for, who not to vote for. But what I am coming here to tell you is whoever this crew that I'm about to tell you about supports, that is the crew you are not to support. You have a bunch of misfits coming to your country, and they're gonna be partying with one of your political parties. And these guys, I would say, are responsible. This team, this crew, this bunch of assassins. Let's call them assassins because they assassinated the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. Let's call them that. But I rather call them prostitutes or whores, because they sell and they rent out their mouths and their tongues and their lips for the highest bidder. And it seems right now someone in St. Vincent is paying the best price. So guess what? All the scumbags are headed to your country. One thing I must say about, like I said, I don't know much about the politics in St. Vincent, but I do know your Prime Minister understands what a zone of peace is. I do know that your Prime Minister has been one of the heads, one of the responsible, stable heads in this whole shitstorm that is happening in Trinidad right now. And if you have a party coming from Trinidad and Tobago, the leading party, the party that has our country in shit right now, that now we have military bases almost in Trinidad, like makeshift military bases. We could be a military target. Do you want this in your country in St. Vincent? So whatever party that these demons are coming over to try to tell you to vote for, don't vote for it. Because if that happens, Kamala Prasad-Bissessar would have a teammate. She would have an ally. Because right now she's all alone in CARICOM. And you should understand, if you're a Vincentian, I know you Vincentians are not as stupid as Trinidadians, because I know you guys come into the Ian Alien chat, and I see you all, and I know you read the chat, and I know you guys know how stupid the people of Trinidad and Tobago are, and I know you guys are not that dumb, right? So this psychological operation that's coming to you, you're gonna hear a lot of good things. You might even hear yellow is the code over in St. Vincent. I don't know. Some wait a minute, hold on. Wasn't that video the video I just played just now? The people were wearing yellow and red outfits. Oh my fucking god. You're gonna start hearing yellow is the code in St. Vincent. Don't fall for that psychological operation like the people of Trinidad and Tobago did. Otherwise, you're gonna end up like us. You're gonna have a leader that would now be embarrassing your country on the international scale. Then all of a sudden, let's just pretend. Let's fast forward 2 months. If you elected a leader that Kamala Prasad can get along with, because she's all alone right now, right? Because that's good, that's right. You know, everyone is supposed to stand united against Trinidad and Tobago right now for the shit that they're doing. But they're trying to come destabilize your country right now. You, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, their eyes are on you. So now they will be sending their demons, their hellhounds. I could only call it hellhounds, men of questionable sexuality. And if you look at them, you look at all of them, they all have this tinge, this sweetness about them. You don't know if they like men or if they don't like women. All of them, they all have this fancy, this flair about them. And there's this Bible verse that I want to read to you, people of St. Vincent. I had it at the start of the show. Let me see if I can put it on right now. Here it is right here. Jeremiah 2:7. I brought you into a plentiful land to eat its fruit and its goodness. But when you entered, you defiled my land. You made my heritage an abomination. Jeremiah 2:17. So, my people of St. Vincent, the same media team that fooled the people of Trinidad and Tobago, the same media team that is still fooling the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, my name is Slimy, by the way. I should have introduced myself at the start of this. You guys may not know me. I just showed you just now live. Getting forwarded a video from someone from Trinidad. I'm Slimy. Like and share, like and follow. Follow me on the Slimy Show. We're broadcasting right now on 5 platforms. The Workers' Right 868 on Facebook, The Workers' Right 868 on YouTube, The Slimy Show on YouTube. We're also broadcasting on X and Twitch and The Workers' Right 868 platform. I am not on Fearless tonight because that son of a bitch didn't give me his stream key, so we're not on the Fearless network for tonight, but hopefully we will be in the future. What we intend to do is we intend to form a team, non-partisan. Even though Fearless will be coming on with that P&M bullshit, I'm against that. We are all Trinis, and we all think alike. Me, Fearless, Renison, all of us are true patriots. We all think alike. We all want the best for the country. So we have united, and what we intend to do is deliver accurate and true news to you. If the government, no matter what party is in power, if PNF is in power, UNC is in power, whoever is in power, we aim to be independent journalists and to deliver truth and factual news to you. When the government is doing shit, we will point it out. And this goes for Trinidad and Tobago, the Caribbean, and the entire South America. If I do get Spanish viewers in the future, which I do intend to, I'm going to have a live translation service up where you can actually read what I'm saying in Spanish. So back to St. Vincent, back to my people, my Vinci people. Oh, why is this slide? Let me fix this slide again. Hold on. All right, all of my slides are messed up because I resized them all wrong. So let's do this over. How you guys liking the show so far? All right, so let's get back onto demons. Let's focus on demons. So a few of the demons that I'm telling you about are right here. Listen to this demon right here. This is a demon.
Look at how long I take. Begging for the right thing. I'm begging to go and smoke. I'm begging all you for all the commitment to go and drink no alcohol. I'm begging for all the commitment
So
to
check
go
this, right?
and party, lime, gamble, run woman. I'm begging all for all the commitment for nothing negative.
So check this out. This man already has his plane ticket booked. Let me tell you this right now. He already has his plane ticket and his lodging and everything booked. Right? It's all an operation that is planned. The whole team, the whole fuck your head up team that worked in Trinidad is now transporting their wares over to you. So I'm trying to make you guys, trying to wake you up. Wake up, St. Vincent. This is what's coming to you. I'm not telling you who to vote for, but I'm telling you, whoever these people support, those are not the people you want to support. Okay? So back to this shit. So he's begging for money from people when he already knows he has his plane ticket booked. So I guess what he wants now is pocket money or whatever to beef up. Like when he goes to St. Vincent, he have extra money to spend. So now he went out to his people last week, begging them for money. Please send me money so I can go over to St. Vincent to destabilize their elections, to destabilize their country, to fuck up their country like I fucked up Trinidad. And this man is one of the main mouthpieces of the UNC. Whenever there's some kind of bullshit that the UNC wants to propagate on the social media, the first spot they go to is these guys, because they're on 7 o'clock in the morning. They're the first slot, so they are the first to get whatever psychological operations they want to push onto the people. This right here. These demons.
Let me finish up with Paul. Look at how long I take begging for the right thing. I'm begging to go and smoke. I'm begging all you for all the commitment to go and drink no alcohol. I'm begging for all the commitment to go.
And pay attention to this, right? This is a Trinidadian podcaster asking for money from Trinidadians so I can go over to St. Vincent's to fuck with their elections. This is what is happening here right now. And I don't know, I'm not exactly sure if you can read the chat, but if you, I have this video posted up onto my, the Slimy Show YouTube channel. You can actually go on to here and read the chat that is happening. This is all a total psychological operation. They have bots. Some of the people are actually that stupid, but they actually have bots programmed in this chat that go in and repeat the messages of the day. Whatever. Let's say it's right now the message they were pushing is the leader of St. Vincent, Mr. Gonzalez, is he's into fraud, blah, 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 whatever bullshit that you're trying to push. We all know that is shit, right? You've you saw tons of videos that comes out and explain to you what open market is. Let me just add an extra point to the open market thing, right? When a property is put onto open market, the property owner, when he sells the building, he is selling to recoup whatever cost that was spent in building this building, in constructing this building, and also to make a profit. So when a building is put onto open market, the shit you're hearing these people saying, oh, HCC subsidized, get that bullshit out your head. It's an open market property put on the open market to make a profit. Okay? So all the subsidized whatever, this property is now actually generating income for the country of Trinidad and Tobago. So ignore the psychological operations, ignore the lies that these people are trying to push onto you. Just understand the term open market, and that's all I have to say about that. I don't have to go into anything else.
Gamble, run woman. I'm begging all for the commitment.
I need a run woman. No.
For nothing
Not this
negative.
man.
It's for something positive.
Destabilizing another country's election is positive. Getting rid of a man that is supporting the zone of peace, according to this man, is positive. So, like I told you before, Kamala needs a partner with her to go along with her bullshit of the Caribbean is not a zone of peace and da 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 da. If Trinidad, I'll tell you the reason why Trinidad and Tobago voted this party in is because we wanted something better. We wanted a better future. We were hoping that this party would come in and provide jobs for the people. On April 27 of this year, every employee in Trinidad and Tobago was getting paid. Up until that time, what the hell is happening right now? Now, I'm getting and thank you guys for sending in the tips to me. Someone wanted to highlight that URP workers are still not getting paid. How fucked up is that? Like the small man everywhere in Trinidad and Tobago is getting attacked left and right by this government. And this St. Vincent is what will be coming to you if you let these people come over there and fuck with your head. So I'm trying to my goal is to make you be aware of this shit. These guys are coming over to you. Ian Allen is already there. Another one of the UNC mouthpieces. Be aware of this nonsense. Be aware of whatever party they choose to align with, and you don't align with them.
The people are arranging everything because based on what I know, so I will know how to talk to the opposition to make accommodations accordingly, but not accommodations, but to let them know how much people are to be secured, whether it's be 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2. I'm talking too much. Then we don't let us know to the bank. I look forward for your call, your text, and your commitment. Do it early because we had to be the island while it hurt. If I have to meet with you all today.
Begging.
That's how serious I am and how things moving fast. And we need to head to St. Vincent. Barapo, sorry about that, my brother.
So this is how this scam came about, right? This is how this scam came about. So Anil Roberts, you know what? Now that I think about this seemed to be something planned, and maybe with the life sport revelation, somehow I don't know, but if the St. Vincent opposition is paying these people over here to come over and help destabilize your elections, this had to be planned in advance. So after Anil made this thing, you should all know, like, this man was in charge of one of the biggest thefts of state resources in our country, Mr. Roberts, and somehow he is in government. I wrote an article on why governments why corrupt governments like to deal with compromised people. And there's nothing but compromised individuals in this UNC government. And one of the most compromised individuals is Mr. Roberts. Tell me about that accident he had a couple months ago when it's alleged that he ran a light and got into an accident and a citizen was killed. Whatever happened to that? Whatever happened to that? Is this politician, is this man here untouchable? Why do they keep using this man as their pit bull, their mouthpiece? So now these demons are focused on your country, and this is how the whole thing went about. So he went on his podcast, the Douglas Politics, made these atrocious claims, and when it was said that night, everybody like hearing it, would believe it, because this is a so-called politician. He's supposed to be a man of authority who we are supposed to trust, right? But instead, this seemed to be the purpose of revealing this whole thing with Gonzalez. It seemed to be like almost covering his ass and destabilizing your elections all at once. So now this man is in hot water. Don't think of this man, Anil Roberts, as a man that you should trust, a man that you should believe in. People of St. Vincent, he's a demon, and this is how the psychological operation continued the day after. So like I told you, he uses this program, the Ground Report, to spread his poison, to spread this message, whatever nonsense, whatever agenda that the UNC wants to put out for the day. They go on to this show right here. So here he is, bright and early, 6 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, spreading this shit.
And the crime rate in Trinidad and Tobago is taking a dip downwards.
Which is a goddamn lie. If the crime statistics in Trinidad and Tobago was taking a dip downwards, the crime statistic would be posted bright and big and bold on the TTPS website, right? But for some reason, the statistics are removed. And we're still seeing crime proceed as normally as it did in Trinidad. No crime is abating, no crime is stopping, nothing is getting better, but yet still the government is coming out to you. These demons, these psychological operators are coming out to you to mess with your head. Like what citizen in his right mind would believe that warships are out in our ocean would actually help make anything safer in the country?
Further, Kamala Prasad wants it to go down nearly to zero. She wants to keep us safe. And while she is doing this, up jumps this big belly 6-star general, the man who feels he's a topper from St. Vincent, and attacks my prime minister, our prime minister, Kamala Prasad in the most vile, undiplomatic, inappropriate manner, calling her misguided and saying that the CARICOM needs statesmen and stateswomen.
It does.
Like who, Rowley?
Yeah.
Like who? The starboy of stupidity from Dominica Skerritt?
Yeah.
Like who? Mia More Motley, who
yes!
can't even answer a simple question. Who asked her?
All better leaders, all better leaders than this man right here. All leaders of CARICOM that stood together. The only clown government that broke this whole zone of peace thing was this country right here. And now they want to bring this over to St. Vincent to maybe have the United States have another spot where they can land troops. Don't allow this shit into your country. Do what, if you can expel these people from your country as fast as you can, by whatever means necessary. If you have to pelt stick at them, pelt stone at them, do it. Get these demons out of your country because they're coming over there to mess with you.
Be kidnapped on her soil. This Ralph Gonsalves jump in and start to attack the Prime Minister. Well, let me tell you, all you better leave my Prime Minister alone. Because as soon as that happens, I say, there is something, there must be something making this man cling
This
to
is going to be a long stream.
Something motivating.
All right, this is going to be a long stream. This is going to be fucking long. So get your popcorn, gather around, because we're going to be doing live sports after this. Live sports too. Maybe I should have done that first. But we're doing live sports after this. So get your popcorn. Gather around, get yourself comfortable, share the stream with your friends. Live sport is next because it came out in the Express today, and I'm gonna read the article for you guys, and you're gonna fucking love this. You're gonna love this, and I'm going to present it to you live on the Slimy Show. So, in the Express article that came out with live sports, and I want that to be my main focus. In the Express article that came out. If you read it, you wouldn't understand a goddamn thing, because no one was named. They didn't name anyone. They just kept giving references to places and people and events. But I used artificial intelligence, Grok, to decipher I told Grok, hey, go on this article, decipher this, understand, get all the data, and tell me who the missing people are. And you'll be surprised what Grok had to tell me, because Grok named names, and I'm going to name names next, because one of these people were and I'm going to name names. Of the $8 million payout, we have proof. We have definitive proof. We can actually name a name of who received two people actually, because they're basically named. But we're going to reveal that when we get into the live sports section of this show. If this is something that interests you, and it should interest you if you're at Trinity, because you should want to know who stole $430 million from your country. And why is this man not in jail? Why he wasn't treated like Brent Thomas? Huh? I heard Brent Thomas, he went over to this hotel in Barbados, and the TTPS went and retrieved him, and they had him sitting on the hot tarmac sun for hours and hours. Wow! I wish they could do something like this to this man for the crimes that he committed against our country. But yet still, he's allowed to roam free, and now another citizen is dead because of him. We go talk about the accident he had. I'm going to get myself in trouble. I'm going to get myself in trouble. I'm going to get myself in so much trouble. Persona non grata tonight is Mr. Anil Roberts.
Me utel vamuse, so I lit parata and drink my Grey Goose. I did plan to parang in Caracas this year, but your cuss and your fuss and your people declare persona non grata. Why you call me that name? Persona non grata. Lord, you make me feel shame. Was to be a fun thing with my parang band. Baron 2 was coming for Spanish woman, promising he go sing Maria Maria. Now los aquí across the Gulf of Paria. Persona non grata. Why you call me that name? Persona non grata. Lord, you make me feel shame. Had my cuatro tuned up, new maracas too, ready to cantar and bailar with you. They send a Bernota, a diplomatic
motivation. And lo and behold, this man, Ralph Gonzalez, married to Eloise Gonzalez, a citizen of St. Vincent and Trinidad and Tobago. Her father was Dominican, and her mother was Trinbagonian. And they have 2 children, Storm and Soleil, who have dual citizenship. But this small, tiny family of 4, this family of prestige and elitism that has lived off the largesse of the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for decades, gets the opportunity under the PNM to get 3 houses, not 1 house, not 2 houses, but 3 houses at Victoria Keys. And Keith Christopher Rowley did yesterday jump out to defend his friend, Big Belly 6-star General Ralph Gonzalez. And Keith Rowley made it worse for Ralph Gonzalez, because Keith Rowley said the UNC did Victoria Keys and they raised the prices and the values of those apartments and condominiums to 2.5 to 3.5 million. Yes, but Rowley sold it. Rowley's PNM sold it to Ralph Gonzalez's son for 1.96 million, a profit, an increase in assets of over what?
Alright, enough of that shit. I hear that in my mouth. It's annoying. It's embarrassing. Alright. Section 28 of the Integrity in Public Act states that matters of a confidential nature in the possession of persons in whom this part applies shall be kept confidential unless the performance of duty or the needs of justice strictly require otherwise, and shall remain confidential even after separation from service. I'll get to that later. Oh, so do you know with this whole HDC stuff that happened, that HDC fired 90% of the staff because Penny called for Anil to be arrested or investigated based on based on him violating and this stuff right here, and apparently in a cover-up he went ahead and fired 90% of the staff at HDC. So now there's no one at HDC that can actually go and investigate this stuff to find out who did what, who did where, when, why, like what the hell is going on, whatever. But I would like to tell you this: if you were fired if you were one of the people fired from here, please give me a tip. Go to workersright868.com/tips and leave me any information pertinent that you would like to hear me report on this show, because what is happening here, what this government is doing, you know, especially this most recent act of firing the HTC staff. Don't you guys say cover up? Don't you feel a cover up here going on? I'm not even showing you the slide. Hold on. I'm talking about the freaking slide, but I'm not showing you. But one good explanation that actually summed this up very nicely is this guy right here. And I have the same questions he does.
I'm going to take a very different angle here on the recent claims involving the Gonzalez family and the HDC units at Victoria Keys. I've reviewed all of the publicly available videos and publicly available documents, and from everything I've seen, I actually don't see a real issue here. The HDC units at Victoria Keys appear to have been put on the open market for sale at market value rates available for anyone to purchase. It appears that the Gonzalez family spent 4.9 million TT of their own money to purchase 3 units. A quick search on Google shows me that units at Victoria Keys are priced at a comparable rate. So what's the issue here? My real problem here is this. For many years now, in my opinion, several large social media figures, including some of whom are in government today, have poisoned politics in Trinidad and Tobago with hatred and propaganda, pushing false narratives
and this
on the
is coming to
population.
St. Vincent.
They have become very skilled at packaging speculation and conspiracy theories as fact. But in my opinion, when you look into it, it looks like a lot of nonsense. With all due respect, if the junior minister has serious concern of wrongdoing here, why not go to the UNC Attorney General?
Breaking
Why not go
news
to the
coming
TTPS,
up in a few
the
minutes.
Integrity
Breaking
Commission,
news.
the courts, like a real functioning government would do? Why is the minister running to social media with government documents in hand, which don't actually show any wrongdoing that we know of, screaming into the phone with wild accusations? I really wasn't going to say anything on this topic. I don't know all of the facts. My background is in national security, it's not in the HDC. But what pushed me to make this video is what I saw next, which I view as morally and ethically disgusting. The minister continued his rant online, calling out Gonzalez's wife and children, showing the home address, email address, phone number, and identification number of Gonzalez's young daughter in Trinidad. You have to imagine for any young woman, especially a woman living alone, that
grave security risk, grave security violation, grave violation of their privacy and security, and there needs to be a count. There needs to be something done about this. So now because this family's security is now compromised, it is potentially foreseeable that the Trinidad and Tobago's government will now be responsible for finding housing, three apartments at a different location for this family, or to reimburse them their money, because now they can't live there anymore. That apartment is useless to them because they no longer have the shield of anonymity. So if someone wants to because of all this innuendo and nonsense that's going on, what if a crazy wanted to go do something to the prime minister and or his family or something? Now they know where to go. So the Trinidad and Tobago government, Kamla Pasab says, so you have to now be responsible for finding these people safe housing and reimbursing them for the money that they invested in our country, because one of the agents that you have in your government that you put out there went and did this. Now you have to be held responsible for their security considerations. They should technically have a security team assigned to them right now.
Tobago government ministers calling out the wives and daughters of their political opponents. This is where politics in this country has reached. This is shameful and it's disgusting. In my opinion, some of these large social media figures have poisoned politics in Trinidad and Tobago and bring very hostile and dark.
Did you hear what he just said? Some of these large social media figures have poisoned politics in Trinidad and Tobago. And this is now coming to you, St. Vincent. Don't be like us. Learn from our mistakes. Learn from me. Listen to me. Whatever team this party is coming over to support, you totally reject. Please, God.
Energy with them, which now bleeds into the governance of the country. Once you're sworn into office, you are no longer a political commentator.
Correct.
You are not a celebrity on a reality TV show.
Correct.
You're not an entertainer.
Correct.
You're not an opposition member. You are a government minister.
Correct.
You are paid by the people to do a job.
Correct.
And your job, respectfully, is to govern, not to run a YouTube circus and call it transparency. To some of these social media figures, please take my advice. Take a break from the internet. Go govern the country like you were sent there to do. Work to improve the lives of everyday citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Please. Thank you.
Welcome to the Slimy Show Morning Edition. We have a breaking news alert, breaking news not reported anywhere in the mainstream media. Marshall Walker has broken a story that $1 billion is missing from the HSF. Like you guys to pay attention. Let's stop the music. Okay, so Marshall Walker looked at some documents from I'm not quite exactly sure how she did it. I'm actually trying to obtain copies of these documents herself. But she made a revelation that since the UNC government came into power, $1 billion has vanished from the Treasury.
Good morning, Slimy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for staying focused on the $1 billion missing, unaccounted for. I want to point out something. The HSF Act, the Heritage and Stabilization Fund Act, does not require public disclosure of withdrawals. So what happens is we tend to get these things not in a timely manner. But if citizens pay attention to the fine details, and I know the budget documents, it's a lot to go through. So if you go into the budget documents, you would see that there were 2 withdrawals from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund during fiscal 2025, and it totals some 410 or something million US dollars. We are waiting on the government to explain, to tell us when, because remember, fiscal 2025, PNM would have been in power, you know. So show us that 400 million that you withdrew. Show us when and where and who withdrew the money. Right? That's all we're asking. But instead, every day, and if you ask me, you see the things like all this shippiness about the feds and whatnot, all of that is a distraction, you know. She could have come once, she could have held one press conference, given it to us in one day, we have discussions and it's done. But it seems like every 2 days, every week, she drop in a new piece of information, almost as though it's a well thought out plot to keep us speaking about other things.
Boom!
Because they don't want to account for the money.
You're waking up yet?
Apart from this 400 million US dollar withdrawal from the Heritage and
Trinities
Stabilization
get distracted
Fund,
too easily.
the central bank spoke about, a withdrawal from our reserves. All of this has happened and they're not even in office 6 months yet. So we have 1 billion US dollars unaccounted for. The media doesn't seem to be asking the government anything. If the answer is right there, well, it takes no time. Account the nation, break it down simply for us and show it us. If they have nothing to hide, it's not going to take very long to just answer. The same way the Prime Minister could get on X and post all kind of thing. Get on X and show us where it is the 1 billion US dollars gone. It's that simple.
Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. More bad news. Sorry to be the one to piss in your early morning coffee. But I'm just a reporter. I'm just the one delivering the news, and Marsha's the one who's saying now $1 billion is missing from the Trinidad Treasury. This has not been reported in the Trinidad media, but you're hearing it here live on the Slimy Show. Something else to give you indigestion in the morning. Have a nice day, guys. Come on, react. PNM Senator Vishnu Danpal is calling on the government to explain a sharp and unexplained decline in Trinidad and Tobago's net official reserves, citing data from the central bank's economic data pack for September 2025. According to the report, reserves stood at US $5.093 billion in May 2025. However, by August that figure had fallen to US $4.6 billion. a decline of nearly US $600 million in just 3 months. Ladies and gentlemen, like I've said before, this government is doing nothing but looting the treasury right in front of your face. I've said this before, and I want you to understand this now. If a government is preparing for war, if a government is preparing to have the country invaded, if the country is preparing to have troops on your soil, foreign troops on your soil, if they're expecting bombs to land in the country, wouldn't they be doing exactly what they are doing right now? Trying to scramble and find money wherever they can find money and pocket that money and disappear? Do you guys not see what is happening? Do you not see what is happening? Breaking news, breaking news. Wake up, Trinidad and Tobago, wake up! 9 o'clock, 9:30 in the morning, and you are $1 billion less in the treasury. So in 6 months, this government has come in and they have disappeared with $600 million in addition to the $400 million that the PNM took. What the fuck is going on? I'm gonna do some more research on this story and I'll report it to you later on. I want to see the actual data pack that Marsha is referring to. Once I see it, I will report to you here on the Slimy Show. Forget the national media. Get your news right here on the Slimy Morning Show.
Finance alleges. Guys, we need to know when it's an allegation and when there is proper documentation available to the public. I mean, you are a media house, so I'm assuming that as a reporter, there is something that you are going to do to verify the news that you're putting out. To say that the former Minister of Finance is alleging that this government has withdrawn $1 billion in the short time that they are in office, I call that being part of the crew of misinformation. Now, I know it is alleged that you guys pander to the UNC sycophants. That's an allegation, because I have no real proof other than the crazy things that y'all carry about in your reporting, quote unquote reporting, I have to put it. In 5 months, you can go to the 2025 September Central Bank Economic Data Pack, and you will see where they talk about the figure going from 5 billion to 4 billion. It's there for the nation to see. That equals $600 billion that was withdrawn in 3 months. This is not Marsha saying it. This is not PNM saying it. This is the central bank putting out a report showing that there was a sharp decline, that there is a withdrawal of $600 million US dollars in 3 months. And then you can go to the draft estimates that's produced by the UNC government, again, another public document, and you can see that there has been a withdrawal from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund of 400 million US dollars.
Tiffin!
600 plus 400 equal
They are looting the government right in front of your face.
In the short time that UNC has been in office, they have withdrawn 1 billion US dollars. Now, if this media house were doing their job, this is where you can speak about an allegation. Because the former Minister of Finance said that he would have contacted 2 major banks. And those 2 major banks said that they have not enjoyed an increase in foreign exchange availability. So that is where I'm calling on the media to pick up the phone and do your investigation. Because if the banks have not had foreign exchange, extra foreign exchange, made available to them, then this government needs to explain to us where has 1 billion US dollars gone. I certainly not feeling any, no crisis averted with foreign exchange. I'm sure nobody in writing saying, hey, look, the government give us $1 billion US dollars, so credit increase, credit card limit increase. Nobody is celebrating anything that is making us feel that this $1 billion US dollar withdrawal somehow had to do with the foreign exchange crisis and was somehow going to ease the stress that citizens are facing. But once again, question to us, because this is not the first time this question was raised. This is not the first time the question was raised. And it seems as though if they just ignore us and we'll forget about it. Trinidad and Tobago, and to these reporters that say allege, as I said, there is a document, there are documents that you can go and check. Go to the Central Bank, Trinidad and Tobago. Go to their economic data pack, the September data economic data pack. Go to the draft estimates. The information is there. These aren't wild allegations. These are the black and white information that is there for public consumption. And then ask yourselves, 1 billion US dollars withdrawn in 5 months. Guys, if they cannot account for 1 billion US dollars in 5 months, what are we going to be left with after 5 years? We have to understand the seriousness of this.
How you feeling this morning? morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, Trinidad and Tobago, good morning. Welcome. Welcome to the first of what I hope will be many episodes of the Slimy Morning Show. You guys are welcome to call in right now. The number on WhatsApp is 347-791-3311. Once again, the number to call in is 347-791-3311. If you think you have the testicular fortitude to call in to the Slimy Show and leave your thoughts, please feel free. Now is the time. Now is the time. As I'm setting up the transition for the next set of slides, now is the time that you guys, if you feel like having your voice or if you feel like having your broadcast, call in. Like and subscribe, like and share the live, share the live. Right now we are broadcasting on Facebook at the Workers' Right 868 platform. We are broadcasting on YouTube on two platforms, the Workers' Right 868 and the Slimy Show. You mofos, make sure to go and hit a like over on the Slimy Show. We are broadcasting on X. Go to X and hit Caribbean or Trinidad and Tobago, and I pop right up. Also, we're broadcasting on Twitch under the political. I don't know his name, so I can't really share that. None of you guys use Twitch anyway, so forget about that. So welcome to the Slimy Show. This morning we had breaking news that the UNC government has siphoned off $600 million from the Treasury, and now we are going to start an investigation on where that money went. Mr. Renison, if you're listening, I need a song, Where the Money Gone. So the PNM at the beginning of the year, they got rid of, they siphoned off 400 million. Now the UNC is coming and they're going away with 600 million. So $1 billion total has been missing, reported by Marshall Walker, and now you're hearing it here live on the Slimy Show. This is not a story you've heard in the national media as yet. Why is that? Why is that? Anyway, let me set up for the next slide. It's nothing but bad news over here today. You know what we did? You know what? Let's bring the tone down a little bit. Actually, no. I have something else to show you. How's the audio? I just changed sources. Is my audio coming through? Is my audio coming through? We're studying it now. Welcome to the Slimy Show. Welcome to the Slimy Show. Now is the call-in period. What is this? I'm getting some instead of my telephone number displaying, it says WhatsApp followed from Anton Pope. What the hell is that? But the number is supposed to be actually up displayed. So welcome, Anan. How you doing, Anan? How you feeling this morning, Anan? What do you guys feel like talking about this morning on the Slimy Morning Show? It's not my bad news, And you see, let me switch to my desk now. This is a perfect time to highlight traders. You see the story that I just broke with Marshall Walker making us think about this money missing. I want everybody now to be eyes on, alert, keep a tab on what is going on here. And so the government has already started out with their distraction, their disinformation orders. And right, and this is so weird. As I'm reporting this story with Marshall Walker, I have this nonsense program playing in the background, and one of the callers called in and started bad talking Marshall Walker as I'm actually doing the presentation. Let me see if I can find it and play it for you right now.
Having gone through the
every minute she on TikTok, she
Here it is,
cussing
here it is,
Camilla,
here it is,
your
here it
mother,
is.
so and so.
Here it is. Right after I dropped that story about Marshall Walker reporting that $1 million is missing, no, $600 million is missing from the Treasury. This is what is going on over on the other side with the disinformation artists trying to confuffle your head again regarding Marshall Walker.
Inciting the population question this morning. And I would like you and Lennox please to assist me in understanding these things that I'm going to ask. I want to understand what is the meaning of them. Andy, what is the meaning of sedition? And
These are the disinformation artists.
Say, what is the meaning of inciting? Right? When somebody inciting a population, when people inciting, because now I will say it again, Andy Williams and Lennox Smith and Trinidad and Tobago. Before the election, Andy, when people, bloggers and people was supporting either the PNM or the UNC, it had people was saying things, and a gentleman get hold for saying tie strap, and he put him in tie strap, and he was locked up. He went before the court. But it have big people in this country who is literally inciting the population to deal with violence, to bring down administration, because they cannot govern, they are not in government, but they're just literally doing everything in the power to incite the population to bring down this administration. And to me, as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago and somebody who does make contribution on national radio, it appears like nobody don't be really listening, because yesterday, the contribution that COP make, right, after Dr. Keith Christopher was in office for so long, Trinidad and Tobago supposed to understand, the right-thinking people supposed to understand that the situation that Trinidad and Tobago are in right now is because of his leadership, is because of his stewardship, and yet still people are saying things like jump the wall, kick them in the face, do them all kind of thing. It have a woman.
It's not this though, this caller. My bad. There was a caller that called in, like, as I was doing the stuff about Marshall. They called in right after. Let me see if I can find it for you. I played it earlier. If you don't believe me, just rewind the video and you have it back there. Let me search through this dotishness for it.
Every minute she on TikTok, she cussing Camilla, your mother, so and so. You this, you that. People get locked up for simple little thing. They say people threatening the prime minister. They're doing this, they're doing that, but it appears to me like nobody already taking on what is going on. So if Kana decide to let go somewhere, so and so and so, the other day I called in the radio station and I was defending a woman who had a boot and it was wrong and my phone was on and I literally cursed, and in two Jeep load police was there looking for me, Andy. So what it is really taking place in Trinidad, calling on people, all sorts of things.
Here it is.
And not up to now.
This is it right here.
Go ahead. A pleasant morning to you, Andy Williams, the Pitbull. Good morning to Lennox Smith, my brother, the Englishman. Oh yeah. And to Mikey K, and to Trinidad and Tobago, and our beloved Prime Minister, the Honorable Miss Kamala Prasad, predecessor. Andy Williams, something was mentioned by reporter, and it's a long time.
These are the disinformation specialists made to come fuck your head up.
This morning, I am calling out the Commissioner of Police, Gurur, and I'll tell you why. I have been monitoring this thing on social media, where so-called influencers is disrespecting the Prime Minister, calling on people to assassinate the Prime Minister, calling on people all sorts of things. And not up to now, the Commissioner of Police have not addressed this issue. Andy and Lennox, let me repeat this, This is a trend that's taking place on social media. You see, I'll tell you, hate Gary Griffith or love him. If Gary Griffith was there, none of them could have done that to the Honorable Prime Minister. And I'm saying the time has come where the commissioner of police, as a matter of fact, let's go there, Andy and Lennox, there is something they call the cyber unit. Let me repeat this, There is something they call the cyber unit, which
And he's talking about Marshall Walker
the
here.
internet and social media.
Marshall Walker is a
And
terrorist,
this morning,
according to these guys.
asking
Marshall
the
is so
commissioner
bad, she's a terrorist.
of police.
Lies and
You
disinformation.
must immediately arrest these people who is threatening the prime minister to unalive the prime minister. They're coming out blatantly, Andy, and telling you what they will do with the prime minister. And I'm gonna call name this morning. Look, Kim Cole. Look how she pointed out the prime minister resident. Then you have some crazy, I don't want to give them name. And Andy, I am saying, if the commissioner of police don't act, I am going with a single placard to stage a one-man protest in front of the commissioner of police office. And you talking about a prime minister of a country. You talking where people making live on Facebook and on TikTok to assassinate the prime minister. And I'm saying, but wait, this is not acting on that immediately. Where is the commissioner of police? Andy, before I continue, I want to stay here, but I want to ask you and Lennox a question before I continue. Is it right for citizens to go on the live to say assassinate the prime minister? Please answer me before I move on.
Nah, that's trouble if I say that, oh God. They're going with me for sure.
Let me hear my English part.
I concur.
No.
I concur as well. Yes. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you. This thing have been going on for too long. And this morning, Andy, let's call out the commissioner of police. I know the cyber unit. Andy, look how this thing is unfair. If all you only say one little thing here on all your program, that coming on all your national security, the PNM, everybody go report all you. So why these people must be allowed? Let me say this, in no country, let me face it, not even Venezuela, where that dictator Maduro is, they cannot come out and say anything about the president. If that was in America, the same day they will go and lock them up. And I am calling on all activists, all bloggers, all influencers, lend all your voice with this. Lend all your voice with this. It must stop. Let us call out the commissioner of police to immediately to go and arrest these people who is saying to Andy, they coming out clearly and tell you to assassinate the prime minister, and you go tell me our commissioner of police, the police service and the cyber unit have not dealt with that. I am saying to the police service, and know all you're listening, all you must once and for all deal with this. It cannot continue to have people to kill the honorable prime minister. Tabak it out and off. I'll come back in a bit.
All right, y'all hearing the bullshit? Y'all with the bullshit?
Good morning, Slimy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for staying focused on the $1 billion US missing. Good morning, Slimy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for staying focused on the $1 billion US missing, unaccounted for. I want to point out something. The HSF Act, Heritage and Stabilization Fund Act, does not require public disclosure of withdrawals. So what happens is we tend to get these things not in a timely manner. But if citizens pay attention to the fine details, and I know the budget documents, it's a lot to go through. So if you go into the budget documents, you would see that there were 2 withdrawals from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund during fiscal 2025, and it totals some 410 or something million US dollars. We are waiting on the government to explain, to tell us when, because remember, fiscal 2025, PNM would have been in power, So show us that 400 million that you withdrew. Show us when and where and who withdrew the money, right? That's all we're asking. But instead, every day, and if you ask me, you see the things like all this shippiness about the feds and whatnot, all of that is a distraction, She could have come once, she could have held one press conference, given it to us in one day, we have discussions and it done. But it seems like every 2 days, every week, she drop in a new piece of information, almost as though it's a well thought out plot to keep us speaking about other things. A new piece of information, almost as though it's a well thought out plot to keep us speaking about other things because they don't want to account for the money, right? Apart from this 400 million US dollar withdrawal from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, the central bank spoke about, a withdrawal from our reserves. All of this has happened and they're not even in office 6 months yet. So we have 1 billion US dollars unaccounted for. The media doesn't seem to be asking the government anything. If the answer is right there, well, it takes no time. Account the nation, break it down simply for us and show it us. If they have nothing to hide, it's not going to take very long to just answer the same way the Prime Minister could get on X and post all kind of thing. Get on X and show us where it is the 1 billion US dollars gone. It's that simple.
All right, next up we have an interview with Wendell Eversley on the Workers' Right platform that was broadcast 3 nights ago. Enjoy.
A great leader had once said in 1990, and he made this statement while he visited the United States of America. And he said, your enemies should not be our enemies. It was an association that he was referring to when asked a question about the situation with United States and Cuba. And I was speaking about the leader is former president and leader of the ANC in South Africa, Nelson Mandela, when he said, your enemies should not be our enemies. And the principal stance in the Caribbean should always be a zone of peace. We know the issue that is taking place with Venezuela and Guyana concerning a certain part of Venezuela, a certain part of Guyana where Venezuela is claiming that it belongs to them. That matter is before the ICC. And the president of Guyana has said, let's wait until the ruling of the court. We all know the tension built up between Guyana and Venezuela. You all know certain leaders from CARICOM held meeting along with the Venezuelan president, the Guyana president, and other Caribbean leaders. And you all see the outcome. Even as the matter today and the build-up of the tension in the Caribbean waters, we heard from the president of Guyana, the current president, President Ali, who said also too that the Caribbean must always remain a zone of peace. And as a national of Trinidad and Tobago, and I concern what is taking place, and I am really want to see that our country, Trinidad and Tobago, and the Caribbean remain a zone of peace. And going back to what Nelson Mandela said, your enemies should not be our enemies. And Trinidad and Tobago should take that stand, that your enemies should not be our enemies. Each country have the problems where drugs is concerned, where guns is concerned. We do not manufacture guns. We do not also produce or manufacture the drugs that we see entering our shores. But we must also know that our country, Trinidad and Tobago, is a population, when they combine both Trinidad and Tobago, is about 1.6 million people or less. And if we see in certain building up, and the population is being left out, and the population is being told, do not panic. We have nothing to worry about. And then we see in certain developments taking place in our shores and on our land. Citizens must be concerned on what is really taking place. Because we must ask if the joint military operation with our soldiers and the American soldiers, is it that We are going into Venezuela with our soldiers to be part and parcel of what we heard recently on Air Force One, where the reporters asked the President of the United States of America, when we hear also that he called an emergency meeting, the President of the United States of America called an emergency meeting with his top brass, Vice President, Secretary of State, Secretary of War, and all the top heads of the military. And he said that he's keeping us secret what his next step will be concerning Venezuela. We heard all sorts of things that nobody is going to invade Venezuela. Nobody is going to have things uneasy in Venezuela. But we have to look at it. This meeting, this emergency meeting that's called by President Trump and his top brass. And then we're hearing about the military build-up, the joint operation between the Defense Force soldiers of Trinidad and Tobago and United States, and it's a normal exercise. We have to know as citizens the truth, what is taking place. We have to know that what we hear from the Venezuelan president, I think it's 2 days ago, that he's calling on the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago to let our government know that we don't want no war. We heard the statement by the Foreign Affairs Minister of Venezuela. We heard the statement of the Defense Minister of Venezuela. And they're pointing fingers at Trinidad and Tobago. I do not want to see that Trinidad and Tobago be caught in the middle of any conflict with Venezuela. Because we as a nation, just about 1.5 million people. Look at our army. Look at our manpower when it comes to defend Trinidad and Tobago with our closest neighbor, Venezuela. We see any build-up that's taking place in Venezuela. And the throwing of words back and forth. And citizens are concerned. I am a concerned citizen. And if other citizens in this country, in Trinidad and Tobago, are not concerned, then something had to be definitely wrong. Because you're hearing, if my son could ask me, who is in Form 3, are we going to war? It have other children like him, like just as my son asking their parents and them the same question. And then we're hearing from the heads of departments, Homeland Security Minister, Defense Minister, don't panic. You have nothing to worry about. One said, if Venezuela attack Trinidad and Tobago, the United States will defend us. We don't want nobody to attack Trinidad and Tobago, and we don't want nobody to defend us. The main important thing, we don't want no war. Because who will be affected? The people, the citizens will be affected. We could lose lives. Our country could be a country where could remain unstable for years upon years to come. We want to know the truth, what is taking place in Trinidad and Tobago, and what is taking place also with the United States of America and Venezuela. Are we part and parcel of joining America to go into Venezuela and to remove a president? I remember Ian Robinson told me, Wendell Eversley, and he told me that in his middle of his home, in Marvel. The reason why I didn't want outside interference when we had our internal affairs with the attempted coup of 1990 is that we should solve our own problem. When other nations wanted to come in, is that if they had allowed that, it would have been worse for us. I might not even be alive because the first place of attack when we was hostage was the parliament. We have to be careful. We have to look at the principal stand of the Caribbean where we keep saying we must always remain a zone of peace. And is this what I want? And every concerned citizen of Trinidad and Tobago should make a stand of this. We have problems that we have in our own land facing when it comes. Look how long we take to have a commission of inquiry into the 1990 coup, 20 years after, when this could have been make at the early stage. I know how the guns come in here. Now we still see guns coming in, army, and most, let me tell you something. Most of our drugs and arms coming through our main port of entry. They coming through the airport. They coming through the ports. Containers. We hear about containers of ammunition that found in Central. And we hear about anybody get arrested. Nobody get arrested. They just put it out there on the news for us. We hearing about who involved in human trafficking. Politicians' names have been called. Anybody get arrested? No. Nobody get arrested. So these are some of the things we have to be dealing with. We have a lot of investigation going on right in our own country for years, some over 20 years. And up to now, it hasn't been solved. And I could call a lot of matters before the court for 20 years involving high-profile persons in our society. And we just only hearing talk upon talk and telling us what we should hear and making us fight among our very own self. And when we have important issues to deal with, they're not dealing with it. A lot of white-collar crime committed in our country. A lot of money laundering committed in our country, and they ain't dealing with it. A lot of politicians, they have been calling all sorts of corruption, and they ain't dealing with it. Even up to today, hearing politicians and who they're favoring with this deal and that deal, and who friends they have outside of Trinidad and inside of Trinidad. And they ain't dealing with that. But here it is. Law-abiding citizens in this country living in fear right now. Because we don't know who to turn to for help. And that is what we are facing now in Trinidad and Tobago. We need people to come out and levy with us, tell us the truth. Don't hide behind some curtain. Don't make deals behind some backdoor deals. Because who will face the what of any situation that should take place between Trinidad, CARICOM, Venezuela, and United States? It's we the people in Trinidad and Tobago will face it. It's we the people in Trinidad and Tobago will suffer. It's we the people in Trinidad and Tobago will pay a high price for. And as a concerned citizen, this is about Trinidad and Tobago. This is about our country. This is about our economy. This is about our future. But you feel everybody have a visa to go to America? So if something should happen, plane with this land and will take us out of Trinidad and Tobago, we have to stay and face our music. And if we have to stay and face our music, we must face our music with responsibilities and principles, and we must stand by it. And that's what I want to see taking place in my country. And today, I ain't seeing it. Everybody is about their political party. But for once and for why we don't put away political parties and think about Trinidad and Tobago, think about what is taking place, think about what is affecting us here. You think the largest warship where America sent here, leaving Trinidad and Tobago waters without anything? Think certain people want to be a laughing stock of the world? No. And if something is to take place, let the people of Trinidad and Tobago know. That's what I want to know. And that's what I keep on saying. And that's what I will keep on talking out for. We must remain a zone of peace. And we must take the words from Nelson Mandela that your enemies should not be our enemies. And we should take also what other Caribbean nation is saying. Let us be a zone of peace.
And, you know, Mr. Eversley, you make a very instrumental point. And that there are members of the public that is making the same point outside here. And, you know, when they make these sentiments within the public domain, and I mean, I don't want to turn this into a political discourse here, you know. But they are only seeing members of the UNC that is opposing to that. Anytime you say anything concerning, all right, let this thing remain a zone of peace. They started calling all kind of different names. They started say all kind of things that you know, I mean, the fighting drugs and war and gun. And I am saying that this is just posturing. I mean, people have a concern, and the concern is that, hey, war is imminent. It's looking like it's imminent, and some of the effects might fall on us. Why are we going into that? Why we do that? Do you think that we are reason to make any comment or to align ourselves or to agree with America?
I think that what we should do, because if we follow what the former president of Venezuela, Chavez, the statement that he did make concerning the United States of America, right, and even the Caribbean, that we should be a zone of peace. Now, we hear what countries in Europe, the European Union said concerning Venezuela. And just recently, the Foreign Affairs Minister for France have said that they haven't, okay, then referring to the United States of America, they haven't provided evidence that the president of Venezuela is involved in what America says in drugs and narco terrorists. They say they haven't seen evidence, and they have no evidence of that, because probably did the investigation also too. And even certain Latin American countries also siding with Venezuela and the Caribbean that we should remain
children to maximize education opportunities. And Pillar 3, transformational initiatives to improve education, structured investment of children, and re-engineering support services to develop the families, preparation for screening and treatment of children, underscore our education system, the development of standardized parental training programs, and the provision of tablets and laptops will enable the required support system for students. Madam Chair, the Ministry is committed to continuing its engagement with this committee and all relevant stakeholders to ensure that every child has the opportunity to succeed regardless of their circumstances. We firmly believe that education is the foundation of national development, and we are prepared to share our insights, challenges, and proposed solutions in dealing with today's hearing. We thank the committee for its continued commitment to improving the education sector and look forward to engaging in meaningful dialogue that will support the ministry's ongoing efforts to build an education system where every child is supported and every child can learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKellar. Before we begin, I would just like to remind committee members and officials to direct your questions and concerns through the chair, and also to kindly activate your microphone by pressing the microphone on and off button when you are acknowledged by the chair, and then please turn it off when you've concluded your contribution. Okay, we'll now proceed with the hearing. I will begin by trying to address Objective 1, which is to assess the current performance levels at key examination checkpoints, including SEA, CSEC, and CAPE. The ministry's written submission mentioned that the northeastern Port of Spain and environs and southeastern education districts consistently recorded higher numbers of low-performing students during 2020 to 2025. This is on page 3, question 1. My question is, given the consistent underperformance observed in these districts between 2020 and 25, what evidence is available regarding the impact of previously implemented ministry interventions on student outcomes?
Chair, through you, I'd like to direct that question to our Director of Curriculum Development, Ms. Singh.
Good morning again. While we have noted that of the 8 educational districts, these districts in comparison perform less than the others or poorly, what I'd like to draw your attention to is that there have been improvements over time for these districts. So relative to the 8 districts, they have, if you rank them, their performance are lower. But in terms of over time, their performances have improved. Slight dips here and there. So I would say that we have noted our efforts in terms of assessment training, in terms of our targeted monitoring of the schools, particularly in the areas of planning, pedagogy, and assessment. Our focus on strengthening our school leadership, particularly heads of department, and understanding the requirements of school-based assessment. Those have given rewards in terms of slight improvements. I would want to also draw to your attention, however, that these districts largely have populations of either rural schools or high-risk, so to speak, schools, marginalized areas. So the problems are not only pertaining to teachers' delivery or institutional strengthening, but the problem extends beyond to the socioeconomics of the parents, to the community issues, so that our efforts have been ongoing. We have attempted and have done interventions, but we do recognize, and as they say, the school is a microcosm of the society. We do have particular problems that remain a challenge.
Thank you. So my question really is, what evidence is there that there has been improvement, that the resources that have been expended are bearing fruit? Because from what I see here, the average annual decrease in the students who score 30% or below is only 0.006%. That's the average, and some of these schools are even lower than that. So is there any evidence that the programs are having any impact on performance?
I would have pointed, so we did report data on academic performance for these districts, by districts, and those data speak to slight improvements, as I've indicated. Yes, slight in terms of would be improvements over time. That is not beyond 10% or that, but it is steady improvement. I can refer you to district data, district performance on page 5. District performance, yes?
Yes, I see that. So my question is, what was the initial target? I mean, you must have had objectives at the start that were specific, measurable, achievable, and time-bound. And are you meeting those targets when you say slight improvement?
Right. So in terms of our criteria for assessing underperformance or below the expectations of optimal performance, we look at the SEA level in terms of number of students who have scored under 50% more recently or under 30% in previous times. We also look at the CSEC level, numbers of students who have scored, who have gained 5 math and English. What we have found is that the gatekeeper subject at both levels are the mathematics, and we have worked over time and we've reported the initiatives we have done to strengthen mathematics, to strengthen our teachers, to provide support to our students, and more recently, to provide support to parents. You're asking what metric we are using, around 5% annually improvement, and as indicated, we have seen in the last year in some districts a 5% roughly, so that has been achievable. The reason why the metric for these districts would be such a small margin, as indicated, there are so many uncontrollable factors beyond the scope of the institution in terms of being able to intervene.
I understand that, which I would like to commend the ministry on collaborating with many of the other ministries to address those issues. But at the end of the day, we want measurable results. So that 5% was a predetermined target, 5% with each year, and so you would say you're meeting target?
I would say that for these districts, the 5% seemed to have been what was a potentially useful target to pursue. In general, the national target wouldn't be 5%. I would say that the national target would be closer to 10%. But for these districts where you see chronic underperformance, it was more reasonable to project for something that we could have managed. And as indicated on page 5, we met it for some, and for some we did not. But it is always the intention.
Good morning to the Slimy Morning Show, first edition.
On the context, because it does vary at the
like
school
and share,
context,
share the
what is
live,
possible
even though this is
in
the boring
terms
section.
of
I'll
what
do
can
something
be
after this.
pursued and how we tailor our interventions and how, in the interest of equity, the resources are deployed.
Thank you. The submission also mentions the gender gap in performance, and it's most pronounced in language-based subjects such as English language arts. Are there any proposed interventions aimed at improving male performance in language-based subjects given the observed gender gaps?
Chair, through you, Dr. Smith, Chief Education Officer, will respond.
Thank you very much. Chair, in terms of the male underperformance, underachievement, one of the things that we have noted in disaggregating the data is that it's more pronounced, let's say at SE, for students scoring 50% and under. Above 50%, more or less, we have no real significant difference between the boys and girls. It exists at the lower level, as I said, the less than 50%. It has been an area for considerable research, and one of the things that we would have done as a ministry, we would have acquired the services of one of our tertiary institutions, and they would have provided extensive training as well as documentation for us in the use of, for instance, differentiated instruction to really help to address this matter that we currently see in students scoring 50% and less, especially in our SEA.
So are you saying that they're going to be using the data to adjust the curriculum based on boys or girls?
Chair, that is definitely the intention, because what it allows us to do, when we look at the data, going back to it, it points us to three different categories. You have the less than 50%, where we see the major difference. We have 50 to 70%, and then we have above that. And what the ministry's intention is, and what we are currently doing, is trying to adjust those strategies to address the first two bands, less than 50% and 50% to 70%, by using different strategies, especially for some of our boys. It must be said though, that although we look at male underachievement, we also have a certain percentage of girls who also underperform. So as we focus on the boys, we also need to do that focus on some of our girls.
Can you elaborate on any of those interventions for us that have been successful?
I think if we, for instance, some of the results are pretty early, Chair, and normally what happens after our exams are administered, we will do additional research. So at this point in time, that disaggregated data as well as the actual impact may not be available because we are still in the process of doing some of that data research.
Thanks, I understand that, but could you give any examples of interventions that have actually been implemented that you think may address the issue of the gender gap?
So for instance, with the mathematics especially, what we would have done, we would have, working together with one of our tertiary level providers, we'd have developed very extensive manuals in reading, comprehension, as well as mathematics. And the approach that was taken is that instead of just treating all our students as one, we are saying in any one class, we may have 2 or 3 different levels of performance. And so lessons will develop to cater for those differences. Again, that would have been informed by differentiated instruction. And if I may, the philosophy of differentiated instruction is one that is student-centered. We're looking at proactive learning, flexible grouping, ongoing assessment, respectful tasks, especially for boys, because there are some boys or some males who have challenges with types of tasks that are administered to them, adjustment of the content, which is very important. So we actually have the adapted curriculum that our curriculum department would have developed and published. High expectations, building on readiness, student voice and choice, teacher-student collaboration, multiple pathways for mastery, and a growth mindset. In other words, we are encouraging our students, our boys as well as our girls, to not be daunted when they make mistakes, but to really persevere. So this philosophy has been built into those 11 training manuals, which span Standard 3 to Form 1, Form 2 at the secondary level. Training has taken place and we are in the process of analyzing the impact of the use of those materials.
Thank you, because you had mentioned individualized educational plans for students, so that has been implemented, because these are general terms and philosophies, but are there any specifics? And for example, if I were to ask you to trace a child who's underperforming in, say, primary 3, who's been identified, and these interventions have been implemented for that child, what is the likelihood of that child going on to score over 50% and then getting 5 passes at CXC and graduating, as opposed to becoming a truant or a dropout from the system?
Okay, so at the primary to secondary school level, we actually have in our possession and have been using for the last few years what we refer to as a value-added methodology. So it actually allows us, Chair, to track students who have written SCA in any particular year, and then 5 years later, we are actually able to track that student to see if he or she would have achieved 5 or more passes at the CSEC level. It's a fairly new report that we have. So that information I can supply to you in writing. If that is okay with you, Chair.
Yes, thank you. Just one final question before I pass over to the other committee member. Which tertiary level institutions were actually engaged by the ministry for this exercise?
The University of Trinidad and Tobago, UTT.
Thank you. I'll hand over now to Mr. De Nobrega.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, before I go on, if I could just add one question to your initial questions. So through you, Chair. On page 3, under the heading of national performance, specifically at SEA level, one of the submissions speaks to a slight decrease from 59% in 2024 to 56.2 in English language arts writing. And Dr. Smith, you did speak briefly about that. My question is really from the ministry, are we seeing a downward trend in terms of our passes or our pass percentage in English language arts writing, and is there any anecdotal position you can take as to what is contributing to that?
So, Chair, generally the performance at the English language arts writing fluctuates. It fluctuates generally by a point or two. When it's converted to a percent, it looks a little higher. In terms of the performance and the patterns, as I said, it fluctuates from year to year. So it increases one year, drops the other year. In terms of anecdotal reports, writing is the most complex of the tasks at SCA. It's one of those areas sometimes that students are not comfortable with. Admittedly, sometimes teachers may not always be comfortable with it. And so what the ministry has done, we, working through the curriculum department, have developed a handbook which provides schools with samples of good work, as well as extensive workshops designed to lift the standard of performance. But generally, what we have seen over the years is that fluctuation by a 1 point or 2 points.
So, Chair, if you don't mind, I know year to year there may be a fluctuation, but if you look at it over, let's say, a 10-year duration, you may be able to see a trend. Is that trend fairly steady, or is it downward?
Ms. Kamini Bagalu, our Director, Education Research.
Okay, good morning. So if we were to look at the trend over the last 5 years, we would have seen that it has remained fairly steady. There were some fluctuations, but in 2025 to 2020, we have seen that the performance is quite similar, with 57 as the mean in 2020, and in 2025, the mean is 56.2. So we have seen that it has remained fairly steady.
I appreciate the answer, Ms. Bagalu. Chair, you
can't remember. wife on the phone and let your wife see her thing. Let she look on. Let me tell she is a girl. Because I sleep with you and the sin will sin here. You ain't tell she. I slap you all out. You slap me all out. Play up with me all out. You ain't tell your wife. That's why you know it's a girl.
Bang, bang, bang.
Your thing, let she look on. Let me tell she is a girl. Because I sleep with you and the sin will sin here. You ain't tell she. I slap you all out. You slap me all out. Play up with me all out. You ain't tell your wife. That's why you know it's a girl.
Bang, 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 bang.
Yeah, children, tell your big daughter and son and them that you sleep with the girl, the pit bull already, Andy Williams, you slept with me. Tell your children and them that too. No shame. Let them know you're sleeping with the pit bull. How the pit bull is a girl and you is my man. Yeah? You is my married man, you is my man. Tell your children and your wife that. I don't know it's a girl. Tell your wife and your children and them that you pull on my G-string. And you spank me. Tell them Kareem was there watching we too.
Bang, 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 bang.
Not the pitbull partner. I don't afraid Rowley. I don't afraid the Honorable Kamala Prasad, the Sessa. Munilal, nobody. I is an independent thinker. You understand? And every pot stand on its own bottom with me.
Bang, bang, bang.
The reason I ask is because, of course, even as society drives itself further and further to technology, there must be some balance that is kept in order to ensure that we don't lose those writing skills. So I do appreciate that there is some stability in that. Chair, that brings me to
slides.
My questions and
so I want to transition back to St. Vincent.
Specific to your submissions at page 8 of your submission, and in answer to question 2. And question 2 would have asked what specific intervention strategies are being applied to address the low pass rate in mathematics, specifically at CSEC. And of course, we looked at 45.89% in 2025. The Ministry of Education's submission stated that the provision of technology-based learning materials and gave examples. Specifically speaking to one example here, which was the use of an AI avatar to answer students' questions, key concepts and content aligned with the Form 1 mathematics curriculum. So, PS, through you, Chair, my first question is, obviously, is the AI avatar available to all Form 1 students now?
Chair, I think I can respond to that. As part of the ministry's policy going forward, the government had committed to providing all students entering Form 1 from this current academic year 2025-2026 with laptops. The intention is to have those applications loaded onto the machines so that the AI avatar-enabled learning materials can be used.
So, PS, just to drill down a little bit, that would be when students obviously have the laptops. Right. We know that I think an announcement was made that by the end of November, those laptops will be available. So, if we take the position that as of today's date, the laptops may not be, I mean, if you want to specify that, may not be in their possession, is the AI avatar accessible at present by all Form 1 students?
No, the avatar and learning material is not available at this time. We are in the process of development of the materials.
Fair enough. So further to that, is there going to be a mechanism for the ministry to reach an impact on the AI avatar's intervention on students' mathematics preparation? So will you be able to monitor the performance of the avatar, update answers, get real-time data from interactions between the avatar and the student?
Well, with this level of technical input, I will defer to Ms. Anna Singh, our Director, Curriculum.
So the AI augmented resource has 3 features: the avatar, so that students can interact with, a library of videos and simulations, and then the actual text material where students will actually learn how to approach a particular topic. The material is being, the use of the internet, the use of the technology allows us to update, so that right now we are piloting at Form 1, but over time we would be able to update, yes, and we would be able to update by terms, and we would be able to update by year levels and even by subject. So right now, the initial phase is with the mathematics, other subjects as we go forward. In terms of analytics, so because the resource is on a technological application, we would be able to collect some analytics in terms of students' use and what areas they may have had to revisit. If they did an item and they didn't do well and they have to, it will flag those things. So there are some analytics that will allow us from a national level to be able to monitor. But this would also be supplemented at the school level and at the district level with monitoring structure in terms of examining at the class level, at the school level, students' engagement, and as well as teachers' support. We also know that this resource will allow parents to be able to interact with materials as well, whereas they may have had a challenge before, but given the avatar and the resource in the form that is, so we also expect that we'll be able to collect some data from all parties, student, school, and parent.
Thank you. Just 2 follow-up questions based on it. The first one is just to confirm that the data that you will collect will also be accessible by the teachers themselves, so that the teachers can utilize that data in terms of lessons preparation, to get an idea of those students who are dropping behind, those students who are performing well.
So the analytics will be collected central at head office, but the reports would be made available. This particular application at this point does not allow for the analytics to be driven directly to the teachers in terms of at an instant. But certainly the data can, the reports will be shared.
And the data collected, is it high-level data, or would they be able to get granular data specific to specific students?
At this stage, in terms of its development, it will be more high-level data. It will not be, at this stage, very granular. However, what we expect is that the teachers, it is true, learning continues at home, so students will have access to the resource and continue. But at school, the intention is to ensure that the teaching, the instructional program works in tandem with, so that the teachers themselves can observe the students and be able to support in real time. In addition to this, once the application becomes fully developed and integrated into the ministry's SLM, Student Learning Management System, where there are e-classrooms set up, it would be possible as well, once administered through that those portals, the teacher would have more intimate information and interaction. But as it is, we have not been able to advance it. We are still at the stage of the overall development and the high level, as I say, data at this point in time.
And can I just, one final question on this. Obviously, you have Form 1 students who will be accessing this, and in many ways, in many cases, they may be accessing an AI interface for the very first time. So there's going to be a learning curve, and the gradient of that learning curve is going to differ widely, right? What is the plan in place in terms of tutorials to have both the students, well, the students, teachers, I think you did speak about that training for teachers, but students and parents, to get them up to speed to be able to maximize the use of the interface itself?
So the implementation plan takes into consideration the phased training or the series of training to be afforded to parents as well as teachers and even students. So we do have certain guidelines and the development of materials and actual training to be scaled accordingly. Those are through various modes, webinars, through face-to-face training, through on-demand as well. What we intend to have is to have these guidelines embedded into the device as well, so that you don't have to have a person fit into your time frame. Parents can continue after school time. Teachers, students can access throughout.
Chair, through you.
Just before we move on, could you provide the committee with those guidelines in writing, the guidelines that will be embedded? Because, I mean, I appreciate the anytime, anywhere learning objective, but we'd like to have sight of those guidelines. Thank you. Mrs. Roberts-Rajman.
Yes, please, Chair. Thank you. I have a follow-up to this question regarding the use of the AI avatar, and I think it's a brilliant initiative, especially considering that post-COVID our students have been learning very differently. My question has to do with a concern and an observation that was highlighted in the written submissions, and I think Ms. Augustine had mentioned it in her initial thoughts, regarding seeing some connection between student underperformance and students who live in rural areas as well as in low-income areas. Because the avatar involves the use of internet, some sort of data connectivity, what are the ministry's plans for ensuring that students in rural areas with unreliable and in low-income areas with unreliable internet access or with no internet access for that matter, that they are also able to benefit to some extent from the use of this AI avatar? Is there any intention to collaborate maybe with other ministries, with social services, to ensure that they also have some opportunity to make use of this?
Through you, I think I could start the response to this. The ministry is definitely cognizant of the challenges that the member just raised, and it is our intention to collaborate with our colleagues at the Ministry of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence. That ministry currently has mechanisms in place that seeks to address what we call the digital divide, particularly in the rural communities. The ministry currently has 23 ICT access centers in a number of remote communities, as well as 7 TT Connect centers. So through the use of those centers, which seek to provide internet access, even computer and IT training for residents, we hope to address the challenges of ICT connectivity. But in addition to that, the application will be loaded onto the machines and may not necessarily require internet connection. So once you charge your device, you should have hours of usage without internet connection. So.
Thank you. Minister Ratiram, did you have a question next? Okay, so we'll move on to a question on collaboration.
Chair, I will take this question. Yes. Good morning, folks. Under governance and collaboration, the submission mentioned the Inclusive School Project, which incorporated the Ministry of Health, the former Ministry of National Security, and Ministry of Social Development and Family Service, as well as various divisions within the Ministry of Education. This is outlined in page 11 of your submissions. Can you provide us with some further clarification on the current status of the Inclusive School Project that you mentioned on page 11?
Chair, I'd like to direct that question to Dr. Inka Carrington, Manager, Student Support Services.
The Inclusive School Project targeted both primary and secondary schools across different districts to be able to build what we call equitable and fair conditions for our vulnerable and students with special needs. This project began in 2019 and it ran from 2019 to 2022. And in this project, what we saw was a lot of infrastructural work, because we recognized that these students with special needs needed some additional support. So they did infrastructural work, for example, putting in those ramps, adjusting bathrooms in certain schools, tactile pavements, and I spoke to accessible toilets, elevators. And we saw that overall, across the different educational districts, a total of 45 primary schools and 13 secondary schools, we were able to put in some infrastructural adjustments there. Also, teachers were also trained on further supported on how to treat with students with special needs during this particular project.
Thank you most kindly. Can you identify in which location was the project implemented? Was it conducted in schools nationwide or was limited selected schools? Well, you did indicate 45 primary and 35 secondary. With 30?
13 secondary.
1-3. I stand corrected.
1-3.
Yeah, can you give us a idea in terms of the distribution of these schools?
The project was conducted in the Carney Education District, Port of Spain and Environs District, Southeastern District, St. George East, St. Patrick, and Victoria districts at that time.
May I move on to the follow-up on 10?
Can I ask a follow-up? You mentioned children with special needs, and it sounded very much to me like you were referring to physical disabilities. What about the other special needs? Are they addressed in this project, like mental health issues and ongoing learning disabilities, etc.?
So during that time, they looked at both the physical and the neurological needs of the students identified. So again, training. Training was one of the important areas, as teachers needed to be supported in how to treat with a child with special needs, how to identify. And tailing on this project is the pillar focusing on the children in this new initiative, where we look at universal screening and treatment. So even though the project came to a close in 2022, we would like to move along because we recognize there's a need to continue this type of work. So through the screening, the early identification and screening of children 4 to 6, we want to continue that they started to do in the Inclusive Project.
Thank you most kindly for your submission. Just following up on that, in addition to mental health, from the document you submitted, it spoke to nutrition initiatives for students with special needs as well. Can you identify if there has been cross-sectorial partnership providing that level of support for students with special need from a nutritional standpoint?
What I can say is that our special ed teachers and our diagnostic specialists continue to support parents and advise our school administration as to the needs of our students with special needs. To delve deeper into that area, I think we may have to provide that in some writing.
Also in terms of tying that back to things like the school dietary program, where the students with special needs from a nutritional standpoint is taken into account part of the National School Feeding Program.
Chair, through you, maybe I could initiate the response. Yes, the member is correct. The Ministry of Education is currently in the process of actively reviewing its dietary program, both in terms of the meals that are provided through the NSDS, the National Dietary Program. But in addition to that, we are also looking at the policy that governs and administers food items that are provided in the cafeterias in schools. And in that regard, we have collaborated with the Ministry of Health and obtained its feedback in terms of the guidelines that we would provide to concessionaires for cafeterias in schools, reducing the sugar content of beverages and snacks, managing the fat content, sodium content. There are certain items that would be prohibited because we are very concerned about the welfare and the health of our children. We stand on the principle that a healthy body contributes to a healthy mind for all students. Yeah.
Yes, so Chair, I just want to take a moment to congratulate PSD team and Minister, of course, who I know is really spearheading this initiative when it comes to sugar content and healthy snacks in our nation's cafeteria. It is something that is definitely not only going to benefit the children, but the country at large, because when we look at what is happening with our health sector and the huge burden that the health sector, when it comes to funding of comorbidities, etc., these are things that are developed from early ages in life. So it's an excellent initiative there. I just want to move on to the the coordinated efforts with the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services to deliver financial assistance, counseling, and community-based intervention for families of children with disabilities. Yes, Chair, through you to the PSN team, can you elaborate on any kind of support system that this coordinated efforts would have been able to provide for these specific students?
Thank you, Chair. Again, I direct Dr. Carrington.
We at the Ministry of Education, we partner with the interministerial and interdivisional divisions to coordinate different aspects of support for our students. So to speak specifically with the Ministry of Social Development, our school social workers, they are the ones who would do the assessment of the students. And for example, if they need any grant support, they would be the persons to make that link so that the parents of the students are able to get the different grant support needed to support their children. And most of the times, the parents are not even aware of what support they have. So the school social worker would intervene at that time, and they would do a full assessment at times, which may include a home visit, and give that type of support to the parents so that they're able to receive what they need for their children.
Chair, if I might. Just one follow-up question for Dr. Carrington, please. Dr. Carrington, the ministry's submissions indicated a woeful under-resourcing, or I don't want to say lack of staffing in terms of school social workers. So there's a gap. There's a lack of school social workers, and then you indicated that the school social workers will usually make the referrals and seek the necessary support for students. In light of the understaffing or unavailability of the social workers, what other interventions has the ministry implemented or intend to implement to ensure that the students are actually getting the referrals that they need to access these additional supports?
The ministry has a cadre of workers, school social workers, and what we have done, we have reorganized how they work. So, for example, in the primary schools, they work in cluster approaches. So one social worker can go to 3 schools. In the secondary schools, we have a more targeted approach where you have one social worker to 1 school. So with that type of deployment, we are able to cover. Now, even though the caseloads may be high, what we have is critical incidents. So the critical ones we deal with immediately. The others, they will go through that referral process and assessment processing. So we do try to meet the needs, and this is why we collaborate with the other ministries to get that further support. So once we recognize that we have done the interventions, because we have a tiered approach at SSSD, social workers are not the only forms, we have the different tiers. Once we go through the tiers and recognize that the intervention needs further, we do external support for the parent, the child, and the parent.
Thank you, Chair. Just one final follow-up. Thank you, Dr. Carrington. In terms of the critical cases, can you give me the average turnaround time in terms of getting a response from the other ministries or agencies?
We at SSSD have a really great relationship. So we work with organizations like Children's Authority. We work with National Family Services. We get support from the Ministry of Health. So once our officers on the ground, or even our senior officers, connect with the relevant senior, they, depending on the crisis level of the case, for example, if it's a suicidal ideation, that will be treated immediately. It all depends on what the case is. So we can get immediate, and then there are some which we have to, so basically we do a triaging of what we do to help manage.
Thank you, Chair. So, Chair, through you, I think we've started on a line of questions, and that's, if you don't mind, I would like just to continue on briefly, right? In the objective 3 laid out was to evaluate the capacity and effectiveness of the Student Support Services Division and intervention for students. And seeing as Dr. Nurse Carrington has started to answer questions, I think we should just continue on there, right? Chair, if you don't mind, could I get, just from my own knowledge, a brief explanation of what developmental assessment and intervention is and what special education is?
So the Developmental Assessment and Intervention Unit is that unit that hosts our psychologists. We have 3 different levels: clinical psychologist, school psychologist, and behavioral therapist. So these are the persons that conduct the psychosocial assessments and treat with therapy. They are what we regard as our level 3 in the tier program. When we have already done all the assessments and we recognize there's further intervention, this is where we refer them to those persons. In terms of special education, that is the unit that treats with identification of learning challenges in our students. So they will be able to, say you have a child in first year and the teachers are saying the children can't read. So what they will give, if they recognize certain things in a child, they will try to provide some strategies to help the child understand what is going on. They also provide manipulatives for the child to work with to be able to understand what is happening. So you want me to elaborate more?
Just so for my layman's understanding, one speaks to behavioral issues and one speaks to learning
so
issues.
the DAIU unit deals with the psychological and the behavioral issues. Special ed treats with learning, and they may also come in contact with some learning, some behavioral issues.
One being a symptom of the other.
Yeah, it is.
So, Doctor, can you tell me, I mean, we do have on page 27 of your submission, table 1 gives us a clear understanding of your staffing, your offices, those positions that are filled, and of course those positions that are vacant. And so maybe the first question I can ask is there an active pursuit in terms of filling these positions, and when, see you have looked to your PS, and when we can expect those to be filled?
Chair, through you, member, yes. So the ministry is very aware of the staffing challenge facing the Student Support Services Division. Given all kinds of issues that are currently happening within the education system, that division is of particular importance and value to the sector. So our Human Resource Management Division has been charged, mandated to aggressively pursue recruitment and filling of those positions. I might add that I think the majority of the professional technical positions in the Student Support Services Division are currently contract positions. All right. So it is the remit of the ministry's HR division to advertise, recruit, select, fill those, as they do not fall under the Service Commission's department. Just in preparing for today's hearing, we were discussing up to yesterday the issue of what is the supply on the market for those positions. And we do intend to reach out to, for example, the University of the West Indies, UTT, and USC to determine, well, what is their turnout over the past few years, so that, we have realistic ideas as to what is the supply out there and how readily we could fill positions.
Yes, you've preempted my next question.
My apologies.
Of course, PS and Dr. Ms. Carrington, they may very well be an issue in terms of persons who have not just the necessary qualifications, but you would have that experience as well. So maybe the thing I should ask is there a shortage of people who have that combined qualification and experience?
Over the past 3 years, as I sat there as the manager, what I would see in the interviews is that we would get a crop of persons who are well grounded in theory. But when it comes to application and understanding the school environment, understanding the realities of treating with a special needs child or a child and parent from a vulnerable community, that is where the challenge comes. And regrettably, some leave as soon as they come because they can't treat with it. So in looking at that, we have had conversations not only with the University of the West Indies, Costa, and USC, because they would send practicum students to us, so at least they get that overall experience. We have had that type of conversation to help them understand the navigation of the school environment and dealing with different types of parents. So, and we continue to work closely with the universities to help to more streamline the training so that when they come to us at SSSD, they're more prepared to really understand the needs, because we try to meet the students at their need.
Chair, just a couple more questions, if you don't mind. In particular, Dr. Nis Carrington, the development, and assessment, and intervention, can I say unit? Yeah. Given the, and maybe I should preface this by saying I still have school-age children, right? So one of whom is in first year doing psychology at UWI. I'll make a note of our conversation here. I do note, however, that as a parent of school-age children, you do hear a lot more about diagnosed ADHD and those and other similar types of diagnoses. Do we think that the units of 34 filled and 40, 42, 44 in total is large enough to meet the needs of the student population?
Chair, would you permit me to make a correction for the numbers? It's 42 positions created, 21 are filled so far. Yeah, so that's an error. My apologies.
So you're 50%.
Yes. So that's a very good question. The psychologists do not operate as the others units in SSSD. They operate only on a district basis. So we can have one psychologist for the district, one type of psychologist, or even two. Sometimes you stretch. So you may have two clinical psychologists, one school psychologist, one behavior therapist. Clinical psychologists and school psychologists do something different from the behavior therapists. And they treat with the assessment aspect. So no, we don't have enough to assess the students because they work by the district as opposed to work by the school, with the individual school. If we look at the American Psychological Association, the ratio they are using is 1 to 250. My officers, a district can have over 100 schools. So that is what we are working with. So the numbers may look high for SSSD, but the type of interventions that each of the units have to supply is tailored to the needs of the child.
Chair, that then takes me to another one of the MOE submissions on page 28. Because, Doc, if you say that these numbers that you're talking about directly impact the assessments themselves, right? But if I look at table 2, in terms of referrals received and addressed for the period September 24 to July 25, you have an extremely high percentage to months. I suppose maybe I would ask is this a I don't want to sound as if I'm, but is this a real number? Is the assessment or the referral mirroring the actual issues that may exist in the system itself?
Through the chair. So what happens? This is a real figure because we would have received, for example, in the primary school, 5,429 referrals. So every week, the multidisciplinary team would collect those referrals of the cases from the different schools, be it primary, be it secondary. So it was received and it would be processed during the MD multidisciplinary team. They choose a day in the week, they sit and they would process and assign the cases. So that, yes, we have the 100, we can have full contact on that. Where it becomes a little more technical is the implementation of the interventions. That's different from receiving applications and addressing it. Because once you receive it, we go through the case file, we decide which unit deals with it, and we assign. But then, because of the numbers, the ratio, it takes a little longer. Sometimes it's not a very critical event. It may take a critical incident. It may take longer. We try to process and do that in a span of 14 days of initial receipt. So even if you're just making the contact with the parent, organizing the assessment to go to speak with the parent, to go to the home visit, that is done. Intervention continues, whether it's a counseling session, whether it's a group session, those will continue over time. So, yes.
So we should take this figure not as the closure of a quote-unquote case, but the end of a phase in the process.
Yes. We can use it as a phase in the process. Because different cases will end at different times. So some cases, we tend to use 6 counseling sessions as the bench because we do using international practice. After that, we may still need to do, then escalate to the DAIU, to a psychologist to do now a psychoed. So officers that's come up, but they also do psychoeds in preparation for concessions. So, we're stretching them, but they're doing what they have to.
And is there reporting generated based on that phase of the process? So what students, in terms of the actual interventions themselves?
Yes, we can get that for you. I appreciate if you would like to see the number of students referred, the number of interventions completed. Well, yes, we can do that generally. We can't tell you exact confidentiality.
Understood, yeah.
But yes, we can capture how many, what types of interventions, whether it's counseling, whether it's psycho-ed evaluation, we have that.
I think the reporting that comes out of that is actually more impactful in terms of what we're looking at here than this initial phase of the process.
Yes, and if I may add, could you also include the time frame for those? For example, a psychoeducational evaluation, how long bringing a child to the attention on unacceptably long is
and the bodies and the documentation to support all that is needed for the psychoed. It can take a month and I just want to say probably a month and a week. if we have all of the documentations necessary. If not, sometimes we don't have it. So parents, it all depends on parents' availability. It all depends on if the school sends everything, so it takes longer. But if you have everything in place from the parent side, we can run that. But if most of the times we don't have it, so it takes a longer time. Sometimes it even takes about 6 to 8 weeks to get it done.
That's my point. Actually talking vulnerable, high-risk children and the concept of intersectionality, and where there are multiple factors that would prevent access of these children to the services that are available. So my question really is, what is being done to help the most vulnerable children, who really are the ones that we are trying to help? Because you're telling us about a best case scenario, and I suppose what we're asking is, what about the worst case scenario and those children who fall through the cracks? So I really would like to get a sense of the genuine scale of the problem, and because under-resourced or
Can we present that for you in writing?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you. I wanted to follow up on a question about attrition of staff who seem to become overwhelmed by the real life situation as opposed to the schooling and classroom style degree. So my question is about mentorship, not just for your division, Dr. Nis Carrington, but generally. And a teacher induction program. That's on page 34 and 35 of your submission. But I am getting the impression that this mentorship is more to do with professional mentorship and not necessarily social or personal mentorship. So could you tell me more about the mentorship program and the support systems in place for teachers and counselors?
The response shared a number of persons on the team. I'd like Dr. Smith, CEO, to address teacher mentorship and development, and we could swing back to Dr. Nis Carrington for the mentorship within her division.
Development example, we would have had junior teachers. Actually, yesterday we had our 326 were graduated from that initiative based on the mentoring that they would have received. In addition to that, within the school system, it is also part of the job description of officers to provide that level of mentorship to new and beginning teachers on an ongoing basis. So there is something in place in terms of our training as well as what takes place within the school environment.
Could you elaborate on what that mentorship entails? Because mentorship aspects to mentorship, idea of what the mentor-mentee relationship is supposed to embody, and how the mentor is supported by the mentor.
Okay, so Chair, can I give you that, provide that in writing, please?
Yeah, certainly, but
Yes,
could
certainly.
you maybe give a summary while we're waiting to get a more comprehensive? Okay. Could you just give us just a brief overview of what the mentor is, the expectations placed on the mentor and their role?
So normally what On an annual basis, we would have new teachers being exposed to this program, and as part of that program, a more senior teacher is required to so that one of the things that they would conduct would be clinical supervision. They would observe the practice of the junior teacher or the mentee as he or she delivers modules that they would have been exposed to during the course of study.
Yeah, but that's still just professional mentorship. What about the other aspects of mentorship? Do junior teachers get that sort of psychosocial support so that they feel motivated and that there's no attrition or loss of experience? Do you understand? So it's not just the professional. Do you understand? So it's not just the professional side, but the other aspects of mentorship.
Chair, maybe I could refer to our Director of School Supervision and Management, Ms. Clark, Ms. Carter.
Good morning, Chair. Which schools we have a holistic approach to how we mentor teachers. So it may not necessarily only be for academics. We have a whole school approach where we deal with the social side, if you are acclimating well to the school, so we might have different activities. So if you look at the life of a school, we not only have classes, we have clubs that teachers can be part of. Not only have classes, we have clubs that teachers can be part of. We have sports days, we have awards, we have teacher recognition. So it's a holistic approach to how we mentor teachers and get them acclimated to being a teacher. So it is not just the classroom. So with the principal, vice principal, heads and deans, as well as we have our NPTA and many of our deans, as well as we have our NPTA and many of our NGOs. We also have professional development. We may have well-being sessions. And so it's we will do with the pedagogy, but in terms of the holistic approach, we do have different areas. And if you look at the life of a school, we ensure that new teachers, as well as those who've been there, will acclimate and have what we will call collegiality and collaboration in a compound. So that is one of the things. So when junior teachers come in, we ensure that they acclimate. And of course, if those who are not acclimating well, we have the EAP, and many times you might find the principal may recommend EAP, and we do have that as well. And school supervisors will go in if there's anything or any teacher who may not be acclimating well, in order to ensure that there is a level of comfort when they do actually go into the school.
Thank you for that answer. And is there a difference with the acclimatization of teachers in the high-risk schools as opposed to the other schools? Have you noticed that they need more support, and are they getting the support that they need?
Well, one of the things that we have looked at is tailoring professional development specifically to those schools that may have those. And so we will be in collaboration. And so schools that may have high risk, we would find that we have more trauma-informed practice. So that was how do we deal with students who are also traumatized, and in that, how do we look at students? So their reaction to certain things may be different because of their traumatic experience. And also students who grow up and become mature, they are also trauma. So we look at the trauma that adults may have. And so trauma-informed practice, we would have professional development. So we look at the well-being of the teacher and the well-being of the student, so that both of them, when they go into the classroom, so you'll find professional development will be tailored specifically more for those where we have communities. So trauma-informed practice is what we have in the Division and Management Division. high risk and those students who might be placed in high risk, and how to equip teachers to deal with that, so the trauma-informed practice.
Thank you. Just one final question before I hand over to committee member Rogers Rajman. Do you know what the general attrition rate is among teachers, and are more teachers leaving the service than previously?
Well, I cannot give you the specific data at this point, but we can get that for you. But I believe that most you would find were those who are migrating, but generally we don't have persons. But I can't give specifics, but we will provide that data should you give us a chance.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair, I want to shift the focus a bit back to the individual support for students. And the ministry would have mentioned and the exact code external agencies, and we'd have touched on it very briefly, and professionals for the provision of speech or language, occupational and physical therapy services that are not provided internally, meaning not provided by the ministry. So I have a few questions around this. The first one being, how long does the referral process usually take to the external providers of these therapy services? How long is the external process? The referral process, sorry.
Once we have identified that there is that particular child, we would do the referral immediately, and then it depends on the external agency as to how long to treat with the case. A while.
Are there any mitigating actions that can be taken or that are taken on the ministry side while you're waiting some support in the interim?
Yes. So, for example,
some support in the interim?
Yes. So, for example, SE, which is a critical area. What we try to do is prioritize the concessions, the students who have applied for the concessions, prioritize their psychoeds. So even though we may have a number to do, right now they are the priority, and we would try to work on them so that their parents can get the recommendations for their concessions before the exam. So we try to do the priority.
In terms of students receive, is this covered by the Ministry of Education or by the ministry that's provided the service?
I can say that
that's provided the service.
I can say that we don't cover the cost. We don't cover the cost there. However, I will have to find. We can probably submit that in writing. There. However, I will have to find. We can probably submit that in writing if the other ministries may cover that particular cost.
Sure, thank you. And just high-level overview, who are the other ministries currently that you tap into?
We also work with the Ministry of Social Development at this time. Community development also.
Community development, health. Carrington. Oh, you have a... Sure.
Chair, through you, just as a